Ladies and gentlemen, the proper protocol is to do Nanano, Your Excellency, and colleagues. Good morning once again, and welcome to this event. We are waiting for the chairperson of Women in Law and Development in Africa to give us the welcome remarks. However, we don't want to take too much of your time this morning, so I want us to begin with the opening prayer. We'll do the introductions, and hopefully by the time we wrap that up, she will be here. So the lady giving us the opening prayer is Rebecca. Is she here? Yes.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, we thank you this morning for gift of life. We thank you for the opportunity given us once more to gather together. We have come here, O God, to deliberate on issues concerning mankind. We ask for your grace, we ask for your strength, we ask for your Holy Spirit to be with us in all our deliberations. We pray in the name of Jesus that as we agree, may you give us the strength to carry out whatever we need to do to improve on society. We thank you. In Jesus' name we have prayed. Amen.
Thank you, Rebecca. Now that the opening prayers have been said, we know why we are here. It's to have a discussion on some very important documents. The CEDAW Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. Along the way, we'll look at the African Charter on Human and People's Rights and its protocol on the rights of women in Africa. And we'll have a conversation on a specific issue, land. I can't tell you what the purpose of this meeting is, although I've given you a gist of why we are here. But would want to know each other, and I'll begin by introducing myself. Many of you know me. My name is Bernice Sam. I used to work with Wildaf so many years ago. I can't believe it's almost 10 years since I left. I left in 2014. So it's been quite a while. And it's great to come back and meet so many new faces, old faces, people who've worked with, and to contribute to achieve the objectives of the network. So on that note, I want to begin from my right, and we'll introduce ourselves. Kindly mention your name and your organization. Thank you.
My name is Sahada Tukwaku from Comfort Ghana as a transition facilitator.
My name is Vaida Dankwak from Department of Social Welfare. I'm representing the Director of Social Welfare.
I am Nana Abnajemfua II, Paramount Queen Mother of Asanat and Dansu Traditional Area, and Executive Member of Queen Mothers Platform, Ghana.
Good morning. My name is Nana Kolekwo Ajado III, Paramount Queen Mother for Yilo Krobo, precisely Somanya, and a member of the Queen Mothers Platform, Ghana. Thank you.
Hello, I am Nana Dugbakuo Dugba II, Paramount Queen Mother for the Ningo Traditional Area and a member of the Queen Mothers Platform Ghana. Thank you.
My name is Ibrahim Anyas Al-Hassan, Office of the National Chief Imam, the Youth and Gender Advocacy Officer. Thank you.
I am Rukaya Basiru, Youth Officer, Office of the National Chief Imam.
Vaida Kulu, Executive Member of AP Association Chupoli.
I'm Rebecca Usuampao, a member of West Africa Center for Peace Studies.
My name is Godwin Kuadan, Programs Manager, West Africa Center for Peace Studies.
I am Elizabeth Donko, LLD member, Kanishima Keke.
Good morning. Eva A.C. Mason, LLD, leader, Kaneshi Market.
I'm Opuchi Michael, an alumnus of the World of Ghana Boys for Change project.
Good morning. I'm Abna Techoya from Feminist Africa. I'm the Assistant Program Officer.
Good morning. My name is Dorothy Barnes. I'm from the Foundation for Security and Development in Africa, FOSDA.
Good morning. My name is Winnie Grace Awinimi, GFD, Antonina's assistant.
Good morning. My name is Nina Efedi Okorafo from Ghana Federation of Disability Organizations, Gender Committee member.
My name is Vivian Jikuno, representing Director Public Education, Shraj.
My name is Rita Nupe. I'm a legal advisor with the Legal Resources Center. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Angelica Vamagan from Ghana Disability Forum.
Good morning. My name is Sikira Mohammed from Center for Women in Development and Public Policy.
Good morning. I'm Beatrice Delecha from Gene Wealth.
Did you hear her? Please, can you mention your name again?
Good morning. My name is Beatrice Delecha from Gene Wealth.
Hello. Good morning. I'm Habiba Hassan from Center for Women in Development and Public Policy.
Hi, good morning. My name is Matilda Yamga. I work with NORSAC as the National Programs and Policy Coordinator.
Good morning. My name is Juliet Amwa. I'm representing the African Women Leaders Network.
Good morning. My name is Rita Bankas. I'm representing the Lojekuku SMC PTA of Dar es Salaam. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm called Joan Awinyo Akaba from the Volta region, I happen to be the chairperson for Girls Not Bride and Coalition of the NGOs in Health. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Since many good mornings have been said, I will not say good morning. And I will proceed to introduce myself. I am Hilary Bedema, and like my sister sitting next to me, I'm domiciled in Ho and representing the Law Institute. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Elizabeth Akbalu. I represent so many, but my NGO is Advocates for Gender Equity, AGE.
Good morning, I'm Kathleen Flynn Dappa. I'm the acting head of mission for Canada's High Commission.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Melody Dake. I'm with WILDAF.
My name is Estana Ankra, Yayurasi Youth Foundation. Thank you.
Salam, I'm Rukaya Sule from FOMWAG.
Hello, good morning. I'm Alimatu M. Isa from FOMWAG, Madina District Vice President.
Good morning, I'm Alice Bisibana Jombe from Center for Women in Development and Public Policy.
I am Amamrekua Inchi from Abantu for Development.
Hello, my name is Constance Ahemadakwa, and I work with Abantu for Development.
I'm Al-Hassan Nuhu, representing CEDAW Foundation.
My name is Juliana Action, Farmer Eastern Region.
Good morning. My name is Yabwas Mafishan, and I'm the rapporteur.
Last but not least,
I'm Patricia Isel, the project lead for Women's Voice and Leadership Project, Plan International Ghana.
we do have some participants online and would like to know them. Can you mention their names first?
Alberta Holu, Alice A.J. Hayford, Amadot Mazu, Bernice Akapo, Charlotte Boji, Derek LLV, Kamal Din Habib, Laurentia Agide, Marian Okran, Miss Budu, Nene Dada Tetega, Stephanie.
Thank you all very much. And it's great to see such a diverse group of women from Accra and outside of Accra in this room to deliberate on very important documents to us in Ghana. So at this juncture, I would want to now have the formal welcome address and for us to know the purpose, the exact purpose for this meeting. And to do that on behalf of Mrs. Ifwa Brown-Eisen, whose name you find on the program, is the National Programs Coordinator for WILDAF, Melody Dake.
Hello once again. Permit me to read a short speech on behalf of the chairperson of the National Executive Committee of WILDAF in Ghana. The Acting High Commissioner of Canada to Ghana, the Director of the Department of Ministry of Gender, let me take that again. The Director of the Department of Gender of the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, the former chairperson of and Ghana's representative on the CEDAW committee, the Ghana country manager of Crossroads International, Canada, representatives of the WVL project in Ghana, representatives of peer women's rights organizations, NGOs, CSOs, as well as representatives from the media, WILDAF National Executive Committee members present, ladies, our traditional leaders present, representatives from the media, ladies and gentlemen, I'm observing all protocols. Permit me to say that on behalf of the National Executive Committee of WILDAF, the General Assembly, and the Secretariat, I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this important gathering. Before I proceed further, I would like to acknowledge the support of the partners who have made in-kind and financial contributions to this process so far. We acknowledge the support of Crossroads International, whom we have been partners with since 2007. We also acknowledge the support of Oxfam in Ghana and the Women's Voice and Leadership Ghana project. I must say that we are in the early stages of the shadow reporting process, and we would need additional support to see us through the remainder of the phases of this shadow reporting process. Processes such as the validation of the report when it is done, and our participation in the review process of Ghana's report, as well as post-review awareness raising and other activities. Also, production of materials to raise awareness and sensitize people on the CEDAW and the key processes around it. WILDAF Ghana Secretariat, we are also grateful to the thematic working groups that worked on the various themes in the CEDAW document, producing working drafts reports which will be synthesized and refined through various mechanisms, including through this national consultation process. We are grateful for your commitment to the process. Now let me try and say a few words about the importance of the shadow reporting process, or a shadow report, the state's report to the CEDAW committee. As you know, Ghana has ratified a number of international treaties and agreements, including the CEDAW. The CEDAW, just as other human rights treaties or instruments, they have inbuilt monitoring and accountability mechanisms. The ratification of treaties such as the CEDAW, they comes with the obligation on the state to take steps towards its compliance. This requires, among others, that the state produce reports and submit such to the committee. And then these reports are considered, and the committee makes observations and recommendations to the state to improve the compliance or the implementation of that treaty in the country. So non-governmental organizations are also allowed to provide reports that shadow the state's report. So this enables the committee to ascertain the full picture in the case of the CEDAW of the status of women's rights in the particular country that is under review. Now, Ghana submitted its first and second periodic reports in 1992. This was followed by the third, fourth, and fifth reports in 2006. And then in 2014, Ghana submitted its sixth and seventh periodic reports on CEDAW to the CEDAW committee. WILDAF Ghana has since 2006 led a coalition of interested women's rights organizations, NGOs, civil society organizations to produce reports that shadow the state's reports. Now, Ghana is due to submit its 8th and 9th periodic reports sometime next year for consideration by the CEDAW committee. And so, as a women's rights network, WILDAF, with a track record in working on this process, is leading the coalition that has since 2006 worked on the shadow report. Again, we are leading a coalition to prepare such a report to complement what the state has also prepared. To support a comprehensive review of Ghana's reports. Particularly, it is important that we are able to draw attention to the actions or inactions of the state in ensuring that the contents or what is contained in the concluding comments of the last report are implemented or actions are taken on such. Again, it is also important in the light of what has happened through the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, for us to be able to highlight how existing inequalities in this country between men and women have been amplified by the occasion of the pandemic. And so WILDAF is uniquely placed because of the breadth and the length of the linkages that we have as a national women's rights network with affiliations in Africa and in on other continents. We are uniquely placed to leverage these relationships to be able to push this report and be able to lobby and engage the committee during the review process. Again, also that because of our track record in working on these international instruments, we are uniquely placed to lead this process. And so as part of the reporting process, we are hosting this national consultation. It's a 2-day event where we hope to be able to discuss with you all as experts, gender experts, policy makers, policy implementers, and generally organizations and individuals that are interested or have, are committed to promoting women's rights and gender equality, for us to have a discussion on the extent of the implementation of the provisions of the CEDAW so far in this country, and also agree on the critical areas that is of concern to us, which we would like the CEDAW committee to pay attention to during the review of Ghana's 8th and 9th periodic reports. We are hoping that by the close of day tomorrow, we would have had an agreed roadmap as to how the process will move forward post this consultation. We are also hoping that through the platform of this national consultation, we would have increased some knowledge on what the CEDAW is all about and then gain more insights into the reporting processes, and as well as I mentioned earlier on, agree on critical areas for further investigation and inclusion in the report, and generally have a broad-based ownership of the entire process. So this is why we are here today. I'll end my long speech by appealing to all of us to participate fully and to ensure that this important national exercise is successful. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much, Melody. Thank you, Melody, for giving us the reason for bringing so many wonderful people here this morning. Now that the floor is open, or the welcome remarks have been made, I would like us to take a look at the agenda for the next 2 days. We'll have remarks by the partners supporting this process, from the Crossroads International, Plan International, and from the Canadian government. We'll follow that with an overview and a deeper understanding of CEDAW by Mrs. Hilary Bedema. We'll continue the process by looking at what the government also has to do, by hearing from Ms. Faustina Echiampong, Director of the Department of Gender from the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. Then we'll look at how NGOs have been involved in the shadow reporting process, a presentation to be given by Mrs. Ifua Brown-Eisen, Chairperson of the National Executive Committee of WOLDAF. And then yours truly will attempt to discuss another important document, the African Charter Protocol on the Rights of Women. After that, we will have Mrs. Sheila Minka-Premo to look at one specific area of women's rights, that is land and its impact on women, by discussing the spousal provisions in the recently passed Land Act. And then we'll wrap up for today. So it's going to be quite a packed day, looking at CEDAW at the global level, coming in to look at the Africa continental level, then looking at a national issue. Tomorrow, we'll go back into the global by having Mrs. Bedema tell us some of the critical areas for consideration in shadow reports, delving into her immense experience to share with us some of the things we should be looking at. I'll again bore you a bit with a synthesis of the thematic working group reports on CEDAW, and then we'll go into breakout groups, having heard so much about the convention, what is expected of NGOs, how we have worked, where the challenges are, and discuss additions or improvements to the thematic reports that have been developed. We'll then have a plenary session to discuss the priorities for engagement with the committee when Ghana has presented its report, and NGOs meet the committee members to lobby them so they can push some of the advocacy issues we want to see put before our government. So that will be it for the 2 days. It's quite a comprehensive program, and the expectation is that those of us here today will appear again tomorrow. Otherwise, we'll miss you. So that is it for the 2 days. So we'd want to have opening remarks by the supporters of this event, and would want to know if Ms. Gifty Volem Karim is here from Crossroads. Madam is here. So, Madam, you are welcome, and would want to hear from you.
Good morning, everyone. Your Excellencies, Ministers of State present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, traditional leaders, especially the Queen Mothers. I'm happy to see all of you, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank Melody and her team for organizing this event. It's been long overdue, and I have been looking forward to having this consultation today, because when she mentioned it with the work we've done so far with WOLDAF, it was very exciting. And today I'm very excited that all the conversations has culminated into having this work done. So I'm very appreciative to you and the team for pulling this consultation together. And also, more importantly, looking at the diverse of partners committed to this call here present to be able to contribute our views and also thoughts into getting a stronger report pulled together. In terms of mobilizing resources for work relating to rights of women, especially in Ghana, it's a daunting task, and it's never been enough because the needs continue to increase and diversify. So it is, from my perspective as a civil society partner, and also a plea to all the partners here, that this It's a journey that may never be concluded just before me and you here, but it's a journey that we have to be committed until eternity, because the needs as we continue to grow, diversify, and then also the as globalization reaches everybody, they change as society changes, and that is very vital in recommending that we continue to have this work and investing efforts and galvanizing everybody who believe in this call to put in work to be able to achieve whatever these organizations have committed themselves to do. In our society today, the rise of an individual is the rise of our collective action, and that requires collective action and efforts to be able to achieve. We will not be able to do that if we are standing individually and not pulling efforts together to be able to push and pull along all the storms that come and hit us together. I want to say, in terms of our commitment to this cause, has been strengthened further, because we continue to have our programs that focus on giving opportunity to women and creating the space. And that is something we'll continue to do. And we want to stand in solidarity with WILDAF and all other partners that initiatives that are of this nature are not only for just a programmatic content, but contribute to national and our individual development for economic growth and prosperity for all. And we are standing in solidarity and continue to dedicate our investment and resources to be able to achieve this cause together. I would want to conclude by saying that we are in solidarity with all the stakeholders, multilateral and local organizations, in addressing all this rise, but more importantly, looking towards eliminating violence against women, which currently is a deficit in terms of globalizations and the actions aboard. We would have to have concerted efforts if we need these solutions that would give us a transformational change. And these changes, usually to give fairness and justice, are not just a one-off, but we have to be edged in different ways to be able to ensure that these are fundamentals that needs to be entrenched in the programs we do, and continue to invest resources and allocate time to effectively deliver the results that are before all of us. So I want to thank WILDAF and everybody, and I look forward to reading the exciting report. It is my first time participating, but I believe that this would be something that will continue going forward. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Madam Gifty Volume Karime, for those words. And I like what she said about this is a continuous struggle. And we have to continue to put our shoulders to the wheel to make the rights of women as equal as that of men. Earlier this week, I met with some paramilitary persons and gentlemen. And usually when you shout Ahoya, they have a certain way of responding that shows the vim in the room. But we are ladies, so I'll skip that. And, and go on to invite from the Voice and Leadership Program of Plan International Ghana, Mrs. Patricia Esel Amwakwata, to give us her remarks.
Thank you, Bernice, and once again, good morning to everyone. Acting High Commissioner, former Chair for CEDAW, representative from the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, Nananom present, and our senior citizens. I see a lot of them around. We are very delighted to be here with you. Civil society organizations, women's rights organizations, the media present, and let me say, all protocol observed, because I don't want to miss anyone and I don't want to be taxed for not mentioning individuals. I am indeed very humbled to see all of us hard-working individuals and organizations who have fought decade over decades to ensure we hold ourselves and our country, Mother Ghana, accountable to the call of gender equality. I bring a warm greeting from our country director, Solomon Tasfamarian, and management of Plan International Ghana. He would have loved to be here, but for some reason, I had to come with my team alone. So he sends his huge hug, though we are still in COVID, he still sends his huge hug to everyone present. We are again very pleased to partner with WorldAF Ghana on this innovative and critical intervention of spearheading the shadow report, both for CEDAW and for the protocol to the African Charter on Women, or the Maputo Protocol. We all agree with me that it is no longer a secret the many crises or issues that affect women's rights organization or individual woman on the street. You and I, we are faced with many issues that are uncountable, inclusive of inadequate access and control to natural and productive resources, sexual and gender-based violence, mental health and maternal health issues, low representation of women in decision-making and leadership, inadequate financing for women's rights organization, the unpaid care work that we see ourselves doing by each and every day, and then the devastating effect of COVID-19 to us all. This consultation we see as very timely because it gives us all the opportunity to call attention to critical issues that government might have downplayed or failed to highlight in their official state reports, and highlight how human rights are being enjoyed in practice. It also creates an opportunity for us to illustrate how effective or otherwise the measures which states have put in place are, especially the way they are working. It also gives us opportunity to also contribute as civil society organization to ensure that we oversee these implementations, especially with the recommendations that have been given to us as a nation and how far we have moved on with that. Let me take this opportunity to highlight some few gains. Though we've gone through a bit of struggle with what I've mentioned earlier, we still also have made gains, especially with the WVL, or the Women's Voice and Leadership Ghana project. I would like to highlight some few. We've been able to cumulatively consolidate our effort by providing a total of about 72 grants to local, regional, and national women's rights organizations and network through provision of 3 strong streams of funding. That is the Gender Transformative Programming Funding, the Flexible Response Funding, and the COVID funding when we were struck with COVID. And all this helped us to enhance our institutional capacity to deliver this transformative programming and to also lead a collective action on a common advocacy agenda. We have seen signs of improved management, sustainability, performance, and innovation of our partners, including WorldAF and other local women's rights organizations, through the development of various feminist organizational development models. We have also, as women's rights organization, demonstrated enhanced delivery of quality service and advocacy, contributing to advancing gender equality, among others. Additionally, our partnership with WorldAF, NetRight, and many other civil society and women's rights organizations have showcased good levels of collaboration collective action, innovation, and creating various platforms to advocate for the gender equality. In conclusion, I would like to say that PLAN is very delighted and still continue to commit its support to this consultative process in leading to the shadow report. And most importantly, we are very much indebted to Global Affairs Canada for supporting the WVL initiative, which WorldAF Ghana is a critical partner to the process, and also initiating the Feminist International Assistance Policy, which is funded on and premised that gender equality is one of the most effective ways to eradicate poverty and build a more peaceful and inclusive, prosperous world. In this safe space, let's all feel free as we deliberate, discuss, and share our rich experience in order to collect enough information to make the process successful. I wish you all fruitful deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia Issel. If I had a bit more time, I would have begun by talking about Canada's feminist foreign policy and how it has been so supportive of women's rights organizations, feminist movements in grounding their work in feminist principles to push the gender agenda, women's rights forward at various fora. But I may not be well placed to give you that background. So I'd want to invite the Acting High Commissioner of Canada to Ghana, Her Excellency Kathleen Flynn-Dapa, to tell us more about Global Affairs Canada. You're welcome, ma'am.
Representatives of the Government of Ghana, representatives from the National Executive Committee of WorldAF, representatives from Crossroads International and the Women's Voice and Leadership Program PLAN International, Queen Mothers, all members of civil society and all your diversity that are gathered here today, and media, and all distinguished guests, good morning. It is truly a pleasure for me to be here. And if I may go off script to say that I've come from the bureau in Ottawa that was responsible for women's voice and leadership and for developing all of this work on the Feminist International Assistance Policy. So for me to see the work that we designed in action is truly an honor, and it's very exciting for me. So let me thank you for inviting me to today's session, which is the first of the 2 days of consultation to discuss the extent of the implementation of the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women in Ghana, and to also review the alternative report to the AU Protocol. This really is a unique opportunity and space for stakeholders gathered here to take stock, to identify key challenges facing the implementation of the Convention, and to find innovative ways to push the CEDAW agenda forward. I must say that this exercise couldn't be more timely. As we are all aware, the COVID-19 pandemic has amplified and exacerbated existing inequalities and further exposed vulnerabilities in health, socioeconomic conditions, and political voice. It has shone a spotlight on the existing injustices in our society. And the data from the UN Women that suggests that the pandemic could wipe out 25 years of increasing gender equality. Employment and education opportunities could be lost, and women and girls may suffer from poor mental and physical health in the long term because of the consequences of the pandemic. This picture makes it critical at this particular point in time that we take stock of our international human rights obligations, identify gaps that contribute to inequalities for women and girls, and forge new ways of addressing them. This requires collaborative efforts at all levels and by all actors, and it will continue to be necessary to do so for a long time, given other trends that we observe around the world and here in Ghana that threaten women's rights. Canada recognizes the critical role that non-state actors, women's rights organizations, civil society organizations, research, academia, NGOs play in helping to ensure that we protect the progress that has been made in relation to women's rights and gender equality, and that we take it further. That's why we created the Women's Voice and Leadership Program that Canada is supporting, so that local and regional women's organizations and networks that are working to promote women's rights and advance women's empowerment and gender equality in developing countries have the resources they need to do so. This is done by supporting their activities, building their institutional capacity, and promoting network and alliance building as women's rights and feminist organizations are critical agents of change. And indeed, this is an underpinning philosophy of our feminist international assistance policy and our feminist foreign policy. So Canada is pleased to support WILDAF, who is organizing this national consultation, as Ghana prepares for the state review of the CEDAW next year. It is a testament to the important work you do as non-state actors, and it is an important element of advancing our common feminist agenda with diverse voices from different organizations, intergenerational dialogue, and different perspectives. Before I take my seat, I would like to take a moment to thank all of you for your continued commitment to push forward the CEDAW agenda. I hope you will all stick around for the 2 days of dialogue and really make this an enriching process. Thank you.
So there we have it. We've heard from Crossroads International and their support for the work that WILDAF and other women's rights organizations are doing in Ghana. And they've been doing that for a long, long time. So thank you, Crossroads. We've also heard from Patricia Essel on the Women's Voice and Leadership Project of Plan International and the grants they are providing to so many women's rights organizations to deepen their efforts at promoting women's rights. And we've heard from the Canadian government representative in Ghana, Her Excellency Kathleen Flynn-Dapa, about how Canada continues to support the work, feminist work of many organizations and their support for WILDAF and the shadow reporting process. Thank you very much, ladies, for your remarks. Now we are moving into a very interesting session. And this session is an educational one, so we'll be going to school. And our teacher, the person to help us understand CEDAW much more, is none other than my colleague, my friend, Mrs. Hilary Bedema, who was the former chairperson of the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women at the UN level. She's a lawyer. She lives and breathes women's rights. And she has experience cutting across very many areas and has worked in different parts of this country. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome with a round of applause Hilary Bedema to discuss the CEDAW. Oh, okay, I understand Her Excellency, the Ambassador, would want to leave us. So we'd want to do a quick group photo with her before she goes. Madam Hilary, pardon me.
No problem. Do the technical stuff.
Where do you want us to have the photo? Okay, we'll have it in front. Okay, now we have a protocol with the photographs. So Her Excellency will take a picture with Queen Mothers, and then with the Office of the Chief Imam, and then we'll take it from there. We would also want a photo with her with WILDAF old and new members. So, Nananum, please. Kindly watch your step as you come down. And then we have our former chairperson of the WOLDAF board, Mrs. Elizabeth Akpalu.
And CEDAW committee chair, please.
Hey, don't worry, don't worry.
So please give tea. Kindly join. Patricia, please join. Osman, please join. Quickly. Haja, then please kindly stand there. So that are you comfortable to stand? Otherwise, the picture will be different. No, I'm happy to stand. You're happy to stand? Very. Okay. Then, Osman, please, I beg you. Osman. Where is the list? Please, let's go. So we do this process. Come closer to me. And maybe we should position ourselves a little more level. Is it good? Is there, I mean, Nana, please join. And of this, we all that's all. So please, those from the ministry, all government institutions, please can you join? Quick. Government institutions. All government institutions. Fast. Government institutions, I think. Please watch your step. All government institutions. Are we going to go? Now please, all of us, join. Please note of the arrangement of the photos.
Action photo.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Hillary. They are not able to show you.
In any case, I'll be here for less than 15 minutes because I have another appointment at 10:30. So thank you.
So give us a few minutes whilst we set up the tech stuff. Whilst we are waiting for Ms. Bedema to set up, I would encourage all of us to take as many points as we can in our notebooks, because what she presents and the rest of what we hear today will inform the feedback we provide for the groups that worked on the thematic reports, so they can enrich the reports.
So while we are doing the technical, oh my word. Okay, while we are doing the technical stuff and so on and so forth, Bernice, who told you that women don't like the Jama type of hoa or whatever it is? Give us one while we wait to start. Good. Yes, give us what you gave them. Who told you they're not women in paramilitary ventures? Ahoa, yes. We say Ahoa back. Give us one Ahoa and we'll start. Okay, good.
Okay,
yes,
so I'll say
Ahoa.
women, then we go Ahoya. So women, Ahoya. Women, Ahoya.
Good. See how nicely it worked. Very, very well. Two apologies, first of all. One, because of some administrative misplanning, I have to leave in 10 minutes. And therefore, my presentation will be a bit truncated. Happily, I'm back here tomorrow, and so maybe tomorrow we can fill in the gaps. Now, the assignment before us today is looking at the national consultation and then an overview of the convention. Very good. I have the power now. Good. So first of all, I'd like to begin with an overview of what it is that I'd like to share with you today. I wanted to begin with an overview of what a shadow report is supposed to do. But Melody has done an excellent work of that, so I'll just skim through. Then we look at CEDAW, the basic facts. I wanted the overview of a shadow report because from our understanding, I was thinking that whatever we do will be informed by what it is that the shadow report will generate. Then we'll look at the convention, the structure, the substantive framework, and the issues we should be paying attention to, and then the nature of the dialogue, because that is also important as we move, and then how the reports are considered. So first of all, a shadow report, what we are doing, will be an NGO report. This is what a shadow report is, that comments on and critiques the state party report. So ideally, before we should have been doing this, we should have seen the state party report. But if we want to go that way, we may wait too long, and then whatever time we will have left may not be enough to do a good job. So we can be preemptory. We can look at the issues on the floor, put them together, and then await the state report to hone those issues properly. And it is supposed to be a review of the state report by the coalition of civil society organizations as we have here. On the other hand, but I hope we will not be doing this, we have an alternative report. And the alternative report is what is written without recourse to the state report. But I do hope that we will not go in that direction. It is always better to do it based on the state report. And it gives a very bad signal to the committee when there's an alternative report, because it means that CSOs and the state are not talking. And it gives the impression that there is tension, which is not a good aura within which to engage on this exercise. So there's nothing wrong with us doing our report now, getting the state report subsequently, and then reflecting it in our report. Are we together? I'm not convinced. Very good. Okay. Just warning. I teach. So, if you say you're together, I will call someone to repeat what I've said. So, number one, be together, and be sure that when you say you are together, we are together. Otherwise, I'll say, Patricia, what did I just say? Good. Let's move on. So, briefly at the process. But as I said, thankfully, from the presentations we've had already, we have looked at part of the process. Number one, the process is dependent on the priorities, the evidence, and the document structure. Please don't worry too much that we don't have it reflecting the technical difficulties. Tomorrow I'll come in earlier and see how we can maybe run through these slides as by way of recap, and then see what we have visually to help us. So, as I said earlier, it implies we have read the state report, which should have been posted on the committee's website when it is received. Then we convene a meeting like what we are doing now with women and like-minded groups on the discriminatory issues affecting women across the country. And we have had some snapshots already from Crossroads, from Plan, and from Her Excellency, the Canadian Ambassador. Some points have come out. So it's good that we begin to have those points. Then we should determine, as we'll be doing at the end of the day, which issues pose the greatest threat to women's equality across the country. And now, as you have rightly observed with the pandemic, we are asking for the effect of the pandemic on all the areas. Because indeed, the pandemic has affected all the 16 thematic areas we'll go through of women's rights contained in the convention and more. So this is it. In addition, if we are convinced, or if we have the evidence, as I said, at this stage, we are looking at priorities, we are looking at evidence in our document structure. If we have the evidence, there is nothing wrong with stating the effects of the happenings in Ukraine on our economy and poverty, if relevant and if the evidence is there, because we have begun to see it in dialogues already. We cannot run away from the fact that it has had some effect on fuel, on grain, on some agricultural produce. And if it is evidence-based, please, it can come in. Then we must reread the convention and study the concluding observations. And this is where my work today fits in. A knowledge of the convention, our concluding observations. And I believe we have a representative from the Ministry of Gender here. Do we? No, we don't. Okay. There is one aspect I am finding a bit, I have a little disquiet about. And of course, this is from my personal perspective, and I think it is relevant. After the concluding observations, we were issued with follow-up points. There were critical areas we were asked to follow up on and issue a report on. I don't think I've seen too much there. It was late. Twice, or at least once, the Ghana's permanent mission in Geneva was called to come and explain the delay. Of course, when that happened, where do you think I was? Was I there? No. My own country is being called to come and say why our report is late. And our own country is held in very high esteem. We do an excellent job. So please find out for me the state. And so because it was also Ghana, there's conflict of interest. I cannot go and be asking questions and so on and so forth. So I kind of stepped back. Find out, first of all, if this report has been submitted, our follow-up report. If it is submitted, there will be an assessment of the follow-up report. In other words, that report that was supposed to be consequent on the concluding observations, how well have we shown that we have complied with what we were supposed to comply with? Please, has this one gone down well? Yes or no? Shall I call someone to repeat it? Okay, I'm looking around. Patricia, help me. What did I say? On the follow-up report.
I think you said you are very much concerned why there's been a delay for Ghana in reporting, and you wish the rep was here to respond to that.
Exactly. Thank you. Exactly. To the follow-up report. Very good. Thank you. Because the consequences of the follow-up report should also feed into Ghana's report and feed into civil society report. That's why it's relevant. Not because we want to embarrass anybody. And then, before we proceed, because we often forget this exercise is not to embarrass anybody. It is not to embarrass the government. It is to get the best report out. And it is not an examination. So the best report is not a glowing report that we've done everything. The best report is an honest report. Please, what did I say? That's all. In fact, what I'm doing here, I've done with countries all over the world. And I tell them it's not an examination. Even when you don't, quote and unquote, do well, it is to your advantage. No, not to the advantage of the women in the country. It is to the advantage of the process. Because then you take our concluding observations as an advocacy and budgeting tool. Are we together? Yes. They say you didn't do well in violence against women. This is what the committee tells you. You bring that report home. The report is supposed to be distributed with parliamentarians and so on and so forth. You go to them and say, the treaty you yourself signed, you went to Geneva, this is it. They say we haven't done well. Please, can you put in interventions, make budgetary provision for interventions so we do better next time? Will that offend anybody? No. Thank you. So let us, first of all, understand this process that we are here as civil society, but we are not here pitted against the government or to embarrass the government. We want the best report, which is an honest report, for which we can use to improve the position of women in Ghana. Good. Now let's come to what I was actually asked to do today. And that is to look at the convention. Okay, so I think I will be leaving in about 5 minutes. When we talk about CEDAW, we refer both, it means both the convention, which we'll be looking at, and the committee. So it depends on context. And CEDAW is the UN body which is tasked to ensure the implementation and the convention and compliance with the convention. It is composed of 23 independent human rights experts who are nominated by their governments and elected by all the states parties of the UN, but we function in our individual capacity. So when I go there, I'm not there to protect the interest of the government of Ghana, but I'm there to protect the interest of the convention. Even though I was nominated by the government of Ghana, they saw to my campaign, they supported the process, but once I get there, I'm an independent expert. Thank you. So I'll leave the reporting cycle. We can do that tomorrow, and we can see where we fit, because it's not only at this point that we fit, and this is for the subsequent reports. We also fit in when Ghana has been given a list of issues. When our report goes, our shadow report, we will be given a list of issues. In other words, the committee will distill already and prioritize what we should be reporting on more closely. Now, from those list of issues, the government will give a response. We also have an opportunity to give a response. So there's another avenue for intervention before the dialogue. So having said that, let me now move and say that CEDAW, the articles we are supposed to report on are the 16 thematic articles, which I think you have in the book that has, the booklet that has been given you. So please open that booklet. And thank you very much for supplying this booklet. It is a very immense aid, especially since I don't have the opportunity of beaming what I have here, because even though mine contains a little more information than what is in here, this is a very good starting point. Very good. Good. Exactly. Oh, so smart. Why didn't we think of this? Please beam what we have there. There are many ways to skin a cat. Good. So, CEDAW is composed of 30 articles. But the 16 thematic articles are the ones that we are going to report on. Please, if I'm in the way, tell me so that I move in such a way that you can, 16, very good, 16 thematic articles. Good. So articles 1 and 5 give us, 1 to 5 give us the framework of the convention. 6 to 16 give us specific substantive areas. So 1 to 5 are the foundation. 6 to 16, you have them here, are the substantive articles. So let us proceed. And 17 to 23 procedures, just to let you know they are there. Now, the very important issue in CEDAW is the definition of discrimination. It is not as obvious as we think. It is any distinction that is made between men and women. We'll look at it. And it is the most innovative part of the convention. And it is the part that we should all please be very much aware of. Otherwise, there'll be discrimination, and we'll say this is not discrimination because the law is the same for everybody. Then we have various forms of discrimination, and Article 2 tells us the measures that we should take to eliminate discrimination. And the state has a tripartite obligation, that's threefold obligation, to respect human rights. That means to make sure that human rights are not violated, to protect them, put measures in place to uphold them, and to promote them. That is to advance the human rights of us all. So when we move there, now let's go to this, very good. When we are describing discrimination, what we are doing, maybe I should be on this side. No, it's not better. Okay. When we are describing discrimination, what we are saying is, according to the convention, is anything that distinguishes, that excludes, or that restricts, which is made on the basis of sex. And the result is that there is an impairing, backward march, or nullifying of our rights or freedoms in discrimination. So the first step in discrimination is that we begin from the bottom of the pyramid. That is that there should be an action based on sex, an ideology. It could be cultural, it could be stereotypes. And usually this ideology is showing that women and men are not equal. We have these beliefs. From then, it moves to an action because we believe women and men are not equal, there are things we do to maintain the inequality. We move from the belief, the ideology, to an action. Women and men are not equal. So women need not be in public space. It is a space for men. So all our structures and actions will promote that. Are we getting there? Oh. Men, are we getting there? We are not getting there. Why are we not getting there? My dear gentleman, why are we not getting there? Tell me nicely. Who is not putting more effort? Thank you. And the first group is, we talked about state responsibility. And that's why the government is reporting. And that's why you are also reporting, to show us the gaps. Very good. But the issue is being understood. Is that it? And in fact, this is a convention on the rights of women. And we are talking about equality between women and men. So, some of the things we say will appear to be against men. But it's not against men. We are describing the situation. And the situation is not the fault of men. my dear gentleman who talked didn't create the situation. Did you create it? You came to meet it. Your mother met it. Is that not so? Your grandmother met it. So you didn't do it. But you are in the room. And I'm talking about men and women. Take heart. Okay. Very good. So, this is how the thing moves. Men and women are not equal. We believe that. So when a woman misbehaves, a man can discipline her because she's supposed to behave towards the man. That is the action. The ideology, the belief first, followed by the action. Are we there? And what that happens, when that happens, whether we intend it or not, the result is that there is an impairment, a loss of the rights of the woman. I think we've got the framework clear. Sometimes we don't intend it. It is what we met. If you come home from work and your food is not cooked, the cooker of the food has to be disciplined. You don't intend it. That's what you know. That's what has been happening. The cooker of the food also knows she's going to be disciplined. And she's disciplined. It may not be intentional. But the result is that you have impaired her rights. Her right to what? Tell me some of the rights you have impaired for the woman who has been disciplined for the food not being there on time. Tell me some of the rights that are violated. Thank you. Right to dignity. What other right? Oh, are we all in Ghana or I'm the only one here? What other right? Right to be free from violence. Isn't that it? So this is the framework we are working with. Don't go there and say there is no discrimination in Ghana because the same laws apply to men and women. And we hear that from delegations, and sometimes we see that in NGO reports in a subtle way. So let's understand the framework within which we are going into this discussion. Thank you. So there are many types of discrimination, direct or indirect, and the state is to ensure that there is no direct or indirect discrimination. We have discrimination that we call de jure or de facto. These are the ones that relate to laws. The direct and indirect refer to the treatment that people are given. De jure, de facto refers to the laws. Then we have single ground or intersectional discrimination. That means very many grounds of discrimination come together and they intersect with gender. You are a woman, and when you are, your ethnicity may come in to make the discrimination worse. Your class may come in, because we do know that even though violence is across board, there are some people who are not as easily disciplined as others because of their position. Thank you. So all these things come in to increase the discrimination. So, and then there's cumulative. One discrimination leads to another, leads to another. The lack of education will lead to a lack of good employment. Lack of good employment will dispose you to violence and so on. So it is very important that we understand the framework very well. Are we moving nicely? Then Article 2 says the principle of equality should be in our legislation, and it should be done immediately without delay. Article 3 is looking at the, you have them here, oh, very good, you have it here. Article 3 is looking at the full development and advancement of women, and there we look at the institutions. This is very important because of a type of discrimination I'm going to talk about. When we talk about discrimination, it's not just, we're not just addressing the woman. We are doing CEDAW, so I'll keep referring to woman at the heart of the discrimination, but we are also looking at institutions. Then Article 4, okay. All right. Article 4 is how to correct the discrimination. So we usually correct the discrimination by looking at instilling equality. If equality is there, we are hoping discrimination will not be there. Does that sound logical? Yes? The people in the back row there don't seem to be happy with what is going on. Yes. The two young gentlemen there and the ladies. Are you here with us? Yes. Okay. Then let me see you here with us, okay? Don't worry about the snack. I'll leave soon, eh? Okay. So, we approach equality in different ways. We have what we call formal equality, which treats women and men the same. You say the law is there. So once the law is there, there's equality. The law applies to everybody. Very good. So that is a neutral standard. And it doesn't take into account the biological and gender differences between men and women. So we have a gender blindness there. It doesn't work well for women. So it's like this. You see, equality. A bowl of drink is put there. The fox is drinking neatly. The stork with a long beak cannot drink because the bowl is shallow. This is formal equality. It is equal. We've brought the food. All of you go and eat. We didn't tell you not to eat. But does that work for the stork? No. That's formal equality. There's the law. And we hear that all the time, treating likes like likes. Secondly, we have protectionism. Okay, you say that the stork is not drinking. We brought the food. The stork is not drinking for several reasons. The bowl is shallow. Maybe we are saying that the stork, the fox may eat the stork. It's not safe. So what are we doing? We have put the stork in a cage in the tree and given her own water so that she can drink the way she wants and not be disturbed by the animals. We are protecting her. In the area of discrimination, it is when we say women should not do certain kinds of work. We are protecting them. Women should not work at night. It's not safe. The duty of the government is to make it safe for everybody to work at night. Not to send women home and pay men double for working at night. Oh, thank you, I love you. Oh, exactly. But this is what we say, we are protecting our women. We value our women. Our women should not drive. They should not do this. They should not do that. It's dangerous for them. Don't go out at night. Don't wear mini skirts. We are protecting you. Make it safe for the one who wants to wear a miniskirt to wear a miniskirt by punishing those who violate those who wear the miniskirt. Are we getting the principle of equality? Thank you. So, the next one is the substantive equality. And what this one does is that it also isolates women from networking. After work, when we are going home, there's traffic. So boys go and chill. Girls should wait through the traffic for 3 hours and get home. When the boys are chilling, what are they doing? You think they're drinking beer? They're signing contracts mentally. The decisions are being taken at boys, while girls are sweating in the traffic to get home, to make food on time for the boys to come when the traffic has eased. So that they're not beaten. Exactly, thank you. Oh, please, I'll come and live in your jurisdiction, eh? Thank you. We will exchange cards. I'll locate to your... I'll move from Ho and come and live with your... Yes, thank you. Exactly. So are you seeing the effect of this when we say we are protecting protecting women. In one country, thankfully not Ghana, thankfully I don't think Ghana has this exclusion thing of jobs, but they used to be in mines and so on. In one country, there were 450 professions that women did not do. They said they're not safe. 450. Among them, baking. Among them, butcher. So I said, how can you do this in the name of protection? Ghana, where I come from, 100 years ago, we were cooking with firewood. My grandmother was a baker, and she lived till she was 91 years old. Convinced me that baking is inimical to women. Butchers go to whole market. Women with the wooden block, bang, 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 and then the axe falls exactly where it should fall. And you tell me women in the West today cannot be butchers? We are protecting women. Are we looking at the models of equality and how sometimes when we want to address discrimination, we still discriminate against women? Are we moving smoothly? Thank you. So I absolutely have to leave now. I have another appointment actually at 10:30, but I did not want to, skip this entirely. So I'm already 30 minutes late to that appointment I should not have been late to. So please, as homework before we continue tomorrow, look at the articles in this, because we have to continue with this. This is very foundational to CEDAW. If we don't get this right, we will not get anything we do after this right. And this is why I wanted to finish the equality. And the last slide on the equality is the substantive equality. And that's the equality that gives us equality of opportunity, equality of access, equality of results, and equality at the end. That's what we are looking for. And sometimes we have to use temporary special measures, which we'll look at tomorrow, to get this equality. So I thank you, and technical, you are marvelous. See how you, I think you're a gender expert. I think so. Congratulations. You've done wonderful job that we have not missed so much the inability to go through the system. I hope you'll be here for me tomorrow. What's your name? Thank you. I'll look for you tomorrow. Thank you. So tomorrow, having done the foundational work, we will go through the articles one by one and what is expected of us in our shadow report to ensure that these articles are adequately reflected. Thank you. Tomorrow I will come on time. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here with you.
Well, I said it. That we will be going to school. Even for some of us who have worked with these conventions, it's really exciting to hear from somebody who practices, lives it, and also checks what states as well as NGOs present to the committee. So, Hilary, thank you so, so much.
It's my pleasure. You forgot to tell the people that we go a long way. It's a homecoming.
It is a homecoming indeed. Tomorrow, I'm looking forward to taking some photos with the WorldAF team here, with Mrs. Akpalo, with Hilary. So look at the old, the middle age, and then the young ones. Thank you very, very much, Hilary.
So, have a good deliberation, and we'll be back.
Thank you. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. In fact, we should have a small exam after listening to Hilary tomorrow to see how well we've understood the convention. It's so important. If we don't get it right, we will not get it right with the state report when we read it, when it's out there in the public. And we will not even understand our own shadow report because it entails a lot more than what we have currently captured. Thank you once again, Hilary. It's snack break. We'll take about 15 minutes to have our snacks, then we'll continue with the next session. The snacks are in the room. They are to my right. Okay, welcome back from snacks, although we didn't go out of the room. Hello? Hello? So, I have an exercise on my laptop that I'll put on a flash disk, which we'll do after snacks, after lunch, to pep us up a bit. Because usually after lunch, we feel a bit lethargic. A good way to get to the next presentation would have been to listen to CEDAW in totality and also get an idea of how we are supposed, as civil society organizations and other stakeholders, to look at our shadow or alternate report, if that was what we were doing. Nonetheless, we'll move on to now hear how the government's process for reporting is like. And we are fortunate to have none other than our lovely Madame Sabia Pekata, Principal Program Officer of the Department of Gender from the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, to share her views about how the government goes about preparing its periodic reports. Also give us an idea of the status of the 8th and 9th periodic report and some of the questions Hillary asked. The list of questions, the concluding observations, and how far Ghana has implemented these. Sabia, I have also a personal question to ask of you when you are ending your presentation, whether we have submitted a report on the Maputo Protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Sabia with a round of applause.
Thank you. Hello, good morning, everybody. I'm very pleased to be among you today to share with you what the Ministry of Gender has done so far. Please, when I entered and I saw Madam Hillary presenting, I asked myself, am I worthy to address this august house? But I'll do my best and share the knowledge I have with you. As per the outline of my presentation, I have a brief introduction, what CEDAW is about, the state's obligation, and I'll just give a snapshot of what has gone into the 8th and 9th report, which is annexed, which is the next report that Ghana has to submit to the CEDAW committee. By an executive instrument in 2013 in January. Initially, first we were NCWD, then we became Ministry of Women and Children's Affairs, and now we are the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection with an expanded mandate. Generally, we are mandated to ensure gender equality, protect the welfare and rights of children, empower the vulnerable, excluded, the aged, and persons with disability to ensure that they all contribute towards the sustainable development of the country. As a country, Ghana coordinated and submitted periodic results reports to the UN on issues of gender equality. And once it's got to do with gender equality, the ministry spearheads the process. And as such, Ghana submitted its 6th and 7th periodic reports to the CEDAW Commission in 2014. The reports highlight significant efforts made by Ghana to address issues of women, particularly discrimination against women and girls. The next report that is due to be submitted is the 7th and 8th. Let me just take the opportunity to tell you what has been done with regards to that. Last year, we had a national consultative meeting with stakeholders, which was mainly made up of state organizations, but the civil society, was represented. WILDAF was there. NetRight was also part of that consultative process. The inputs were collated by the consultant. He's presented the draft report, and I think on 22nd December last year, we validated that report with our stakeholders. To date, the consultant has submitted the draft report, and then it's in its final stages of being finalized. Once that is done, it will be submitted to the commission. They would review it, and then Ghana would have to defend it, hopefully next year at the meeting of the committee. Having submitted the 6th and the 7th in 2014, it was Ghana went for a defense. The committee came out with its concluding observations that same year in November, and Ghana also responded to the observations and submitted their response in November 2018. When it comes to, I'll just give a brief overview of some of what is in the report. The report is about 60 pages with a lot of articles and sub-articles. So if I want to go through all, it could take the whole day. So I'll just present a snapshot of some of the provisions and the responses to the articles in the report. When it comes to Article 1, which talks about defining discrimination against women, our Constitution provides a comprehensive definition. When it comes to our Affirmative Action Bill, which is yet to be passed into law, Section 36 also provides us with a definition as a country of what discrimination against women should not be. When it comes to Article 2, which talks about eliminating discrimination, our Affirmative Action Bill provides for measures to eliminate discrimination and promote gender equality in the political, social, and economic spheres of life, and which is in line with other international conventions that Ghana has ratified. Article 3 talks about what measures have been put in place to ensure the full development of women. And with that, in the first place, we have the Ministry of Gender, who is supposed to champion the development of women and ensure gender equality. We also have gender desk offices in all MDAs and MMDAs. Something that is new since 2014 is the creation of gender units or gender desks under the various security services. Ghana Armed Forces has it, Immigration has it, the police have it. And then there's also an anti-human trafficking unit with the Ghana Police Service. We have UOCO, Anti-Human Smuggling and Trafficking in Persons Unit at the Attorney General's Office. When it comes to Article 4, which talks about special measures for accelerating equality, we have our Affirmative Action Bill. Even though it's not been passed into law yet, it's a cabinet, and then we are awaiting their response on that. So some measures have been put in place. When it comes to gender roles and stereotyping, there are a lot of policy and legal instruments that are aimed at addressing these stereotypes. In the first place, we have our National Gender Policy 2015, which is currently under review. We also have the Criminal Amendment Code 1994, which makes FGM a criminal offense. Currently, there's to combat witchcraft accusations, there's a private members bill before Parliament. In addition to that, as a ministry, we are developing a national framework for engaging traditional and religious leaders to end harmful cultural practices, including child marriages. As a ministry as well, since 2015, we've been running an anti-child marriage campaign to address issues of child marriage. There's a national plan of action as well, which is being implemented. When it comes to Article 16, which talks about measures to suppress all forms of trafficking against women and exploitation of women, we have the Human Trafficking Act, we have the Ghana Immigration Act, we also have the Human Trafficking Plan of Action, which was from 2015 to 2021, but there's a current one that we are using, which is from 2022 to 2026. When it comes to the representation of women in political and public life, for our members of parliament, we have 40 out of 275, which is about 14.5%. We've also seen an increase in the Supreme Court judges, which are about 13 as compared to 5, and then 4 in 2020. When it comes to the appeal court judges, 15 out of 34 are female, as compared to 11 in 2020. When it comes to representation of women at the international level, currently we have 7 women from Ghana who are serving on various AU and UN positions. And we have 24 women serving as ambassadors and high commissions. And then we also have, when it comes to women on international peacekeeping operations, with the Ghana Armed Forces, there's parity at that level. On Article 9, which is women and nationality, which is set to determine whether there's any discrimination when it comes to issues concerning citizenship. The discriminatory provisions in the Citizens Act 591 have been repeated in Article 7, Section 6 and 5 of the Constitution, and it has not changed since the last report. The Constitutional Review Committee recommended that the provisions of the article should be made gender neutral. When it comes to education, the Ministry of Education and attaining parity when it comes to education, the Ministry of Education has the Educational Strategic Plan from 2018 to 2030. They are also currently developing their gender and education policy. They have a safe schools policy. We also have the re-entry policy to reintegrate girls who have been pregnant into school. There's also the free SHS policy, which are all meant to address issues of parity in Ghana when it comes to education. When it comes to Article 11, which is on women and employment, the Constitution guarantees equal rights for all citizens and prohibits any form of discrimination. In the civil service, for example, staff strength has increased by 15.8% from 2019 to 2020. And then most of the increase is attributed to females. 16.3% are females. That is the percentage increase in the recruitment, as compared to 7.6% with males. The number of chief directors in the ministry has also significantly increased. It's currently moved from 6 to 11 in 2020. When it comes to access to health for women and girls, a lot has been done in regards to that area. The maternity block at Komfo Anoche has been refurbished with the support of the First Lady. A similar project is going on at Kolebu. When it comes to HIV and AIDS in particular, for Ghana as a whole, the prevalence rate is 1.68. But then the prevalence rate for young women is higher than their male counterparts, and that calls for more work in that area. When it comes to promoting the economic and social rights of women, Ghana has been ranked as the country which is producing the most female entrepreneurs. According to the MasterCard Index, about 46% of entrepreneurs are females. And then to be able to support them more, the MasterCard has signed an MOU with the Ghana Enterprises Agency, which used to be MBSSI. And then is to partnership and train more young women to go into entrepreneurial skills so that they can easily transition from school to entrepreneurship and then find employment for themselves. In cases where they want to do further studies as well, there's support for women to go into those areas. When it comes to support to women in rural areas, there are credit facilities being offered by Maslock. And then I think about 80% of the beneficiaries of Maslock's credit facilities are women. We also have the LEAF program, which is Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty. It's supposed to provide cash transfers to the very poor and vulnerable in society to make them relatively more comfortable than they are. 56% of those beneficiaries are female, and most of the time they are able to use those little cash transfers that they have and use them in productive activities and then transform their standard of living. When it comes to equality before the law and access to justice, the Ghana Judicial Service has put in place a lot of measures to improve access to justice to women. One of them is the creation of child-friendly courts for cases of domestic violence. There's a child-friendly area. It is screened off. There are toys and everything so that if children need to be in court, they are not in the normal setting, and then they feel comfortable and not intimidated to express themselves. Currently in Ghana as well, we have 10 gender-based courts in 9 regions. In 9 regions out of the 60 regions in the country. When it comes to equality in marriage, one of the significant progress that has been made is the Land Act 2020. The Land Act makes provisions to protect women in the sense that it restricts the transfer of land from a spouse to another unless there's an agreement between both spouses. And when landed property is acquired within the marriage, it takes note of both partners. So that is also very good. With regards to our next steps, the Ministry of Gender, on behalf of Ghana, would have to submit the reports, which is the 8th and 9th, to the Commission. We are anticipating a mock session, which is preparations towards the defense in Geneva. And then we actually go to Geneva to defend the reports based on the concluding observations. We'll respond to it and then work towards improving discrimination against women and girls in Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Bia,
for your presentation. I know we want to have a Q&A, and perhaps I'd want to start with the Q&A, if you give me the permission. Go ahead. To set the tone. Yes. Do you want to sit, or you want to take my chair so that you can respond? And can I get you? Actually, my first, not a question, just a comment, taking it from what Hillary said earlier in the morning, and the expatiation of what discrimination is, going on to look at direct and indirect discrimination. Also, she went on to look at equality, and she was going on to look at substantive equality. So we just got a gist of a few things from her. And looking at the presentation that Hillary made and what we've just seen from the ministry, my question is, it reads like what government is doing. So it's all, we have done this, free senior high school. So it's like a progress report, indeed. But I'm wondering whether, as the report was being prepared, you looked at some of the direct, indirect forms of discrimination in our country and the challenges you've encountered in reporting or in implementing the measures over the period. So that is my first question. Do you have another microphone for her, please?
Am I to respond now?
You can, then we'll take the rest from the floor.
Please, when it comes to some of the challenges that what I presented is just a snapshot. Every session has its challenges as well as progress made. When it comes, it also considers direct and indirect discrimination. It goes further than what I've presented. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So we look forward to reading the report when it is made public.
Yes, please.
So the floor is open. Any questions, comments? Yes, Nana.
Thank you very much. My name again is Nana Abna Jemfua II, Paramount Queen Mother of Asnat and Danso traditional area. Madam, Mr. Champon, right?
I'm Sabia.
Oh, okay, Sabia. Thank you.
Mr. Champon is not here today.
All right. Thank you very much. Girls going back to school after delivery or during pregnancy. I see that the government created the opportunity in the schools. I don't know, is there opportunity back at home? Did the government look at that one? I'm saying this because when we say when a girl gets pregnant and the state has made it possible for the child to go back to school, did we look at what is happening at home? Say most of the times it is either parental neglect or hardship or whatever that's caused the child to be pregnant. We know there are some of them who want to explore, and then it can create problems for them, but in most cases, it's a problem coming from the house. So when we create the opportunity for the child to go back to school, back in my hometown, I've had some parents that will tell you that, Nana, this girl is assisting me in the work that I am doing to be able to cater for him or for her to go to school. So now that the girl has brought in another person who is going to take care of the child for her to go back to school, now it's okay. So the mother can help in taking care of the child. So if this woman is a farmer, it means that she has to take the baby to the farm, which will reduce the work she will be able to do at the end of the day and then it will also affect the income that is supposed to come or she will get in a day. Is there any provision from the government where maybe a girl who is willing to go back to school maybe will approach the ministry one way or the other, fill forms and receive some sort of support from the government for the child to go back to school? If not, then I think I have seen another or a form of discrimination in the house. Thank you.
Sabia, do you want to take a couple more questions? So note this about the consequences or the implications of asking that our girls go back to school when they are pregnant or have children. So the implications on the family and particularly the women or those who take care of the baby. Any more questions or comments? So you got the question. Are there measures by the government to support these young ladies to go back to school? Any other questions, comments on the presentation by the government? Okay, Sabia, please respond to that.
When it comes to getting them back to school, in the first place, there are scholarships for brilliance, but it always comes with being brilliant. Brilliant but needy girls. There are also scholarships for them even to go to non-traditional trade areas. Normally, when they are going back to school, within the community that they work, there will be our district, where they live, there will be a district social welfare officer. So these issues of support need to come to the attention of the social welfare officer so that we see how we can address this. When it comes to support to people who are very poor, there's also the Livelihood Empowerment Program Against Poverty, which is the LEAP, which are for very poor households. They are given cash transfers to make them a bit more comfortable. So there's support for those girls. We need to exploit, maybe increase coverage as well. Thank you.
Okay. No. So we are not convinced, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
But she's coming from the state. So she'll give you the state response in terms of what the state does. And what the state does is that it has a Department of Social Welfare to provide such services. Whether it works in practice or not, another matter.
Or maybe one is the fact that it hasn't reached you or you are now aware does not mean that it doesn't exist. Yeah.
She'll give you the state response.
Because
there's a social welfare officer here. I heard somebody from social welfare. So, Sabia, I'll let her help you.
Okay.
So, as she said, within the district, if you contact the district officers, they will assist you to get the support that you need for the girls. I think we should take it from there.
So support will be from the district offices, and it could be material support, it could be taking them to the rehabilitation.
Sometimes too, it's even linking you to an organization that can support with the studies.
We are still not convinced. I can tell from the demeanor of the Queen Mothers.
Yeah, I think the ministry cannot do much because they don't have offices in all the districts. They have some in the regions. So I think I want to throw the question back to the Queen Mothers. That is why the Queen Mothers are being empowered to monitor some of these things. It falls within your jurisdiction, and you should be able to liaise with social welfare or other NGOs operating in your various communities, so that your presence should be felt. Because if there's poverty in the household, you can link the mother up to some institution that she can learn something and be able to look after their children. Because the Queen Mother from the Central Region, you know, Central Region also is the highest region that has the teenage pregnancy. I think followed by Bronga. So the Queen Mothers there should be up and coming, and then they should do something more than what they are doing presently. So I really throw the whole thing back to you, the Queen Mothers.
We'll take a few comments and then we'll go to our online participants.
I just want to add to what Auntie Elizabeth had just said by giving you a practical example. We were contacted in the Volta region by some citizens in the USA. They wanted to buy exercise books for girls. And we said, no, that's not what we want. We want you to do something really practical and something meaningful in the life of the girls who have left school because of pregnancy. Children have brought into the world and other children. Their parents are poor. They can't look after them and the babies. So do something that will really empower them. To fast forward, they agreed and they sent us some money. It wasn't much. It was less than $2,000. 3 NGOs got together and then went to these communities and met 10 girls. At least we were able to convince 10 girls to go back to school. It wasn't easy at first. The mothers, some of them were not even talking to their mothers. But we were able to bridge the gap, sort out the differences. They are now in school, at least 10 of them. We had to buy from that little money, buy what they needed, the trunks. And one thing that we found, because one of our colleagues was a planner at the education office. And she told us, if we are not able to get them into the SS, and they miss this chance the first year, it means that is forever, or they must go back again to JSS before they can go back to fill another SS position. So it was critical. We really had to convince them. So the system is so choked. We have a lot of good intentions and policies in the country, but they don't have resources to meet all these policies. This leap that she's talking about. Social welfare, they don't have anything. Department of Children, they don't have anything. So we are now falling on the Queen Mothers to tell them, you have citizens abroad. Tell them, if you have honest CSOs who will work without being paid, those of us who are working, looking after these 10 have not been paid. Though. Now our headache is they are going back to school in January. They have started bringing us list, the things they need. How are we going to get it? We are on our knees praying, dear Lord, help us. This is our country. As Hillary said, we are not running the government down, but we are being honest. The challenge to girls who must go back to school is colossal. How are we helping them? Here we look up to the Queen Mothers, the traditional leaders. Can we get hold of people abroad? Even at $100 goes a long way. Thank you.
It's a catch-22 situation. State enterprises or entities don't have money. Traditional leaders don't have money. Now we have to do Western Union to do Ibima from the diaspora. Please, any more comments?
Hi, mine isn't a comment, it's a question. So I wanted to inquire, as far as access to justice for women are concerned, what are some of the measures that are in place for them? For instance, when a woman comes in conflict with the law and that woman is pregnant or a nursing mother, sometimes, depending on the situation, the person is still sentenced. Are there measures put in place so that victims like that, of course, I won't call them victims because they are actually perpetrators or they are guilty of the crime, but for the sake of the unborn child or the baby, is it possible that the justice system is worked around they being under house arrest, at least for a year or two, and then if the sentence is, say, 3-5 years, the person can be under house arrest for a year after delivery, then the person goes, or if the person is a nursing mother, will be under house arrest for a year, and afterwards the person goes into prison custody. Thank you.
Sabia, do you want to take that, or you want social welfare to take it? Okay.
A sentence, it's the judge who is sentencing would have to consider depending on the child. I also know that in the prisons, the female prisons are relatively more comfortable when the kids have stopped breastfeeding. They are taken out. They are not in prison with their children. Thank you.
Okay, so I have, I'll take my lady here, then I'll come to the gentleman at the back, and then we'll go online and come back for another round.
Thank you very much. I was very appreciative of Madam Hillary when she mentioned that even in trying to solve issues of discrimination against women, we create more issues for discrimination. I am pointing towards women with disabilities. Yes, we are women, but we also have more severe issues that cause a lot more hidden issues of discrimination against us. I'd like to hear from the Ministry of Gender, since it also has the mandate for persons with disabilities in there through the National Council on Persons with Disabilities. It is somehow unspoken that issues of disability, whether women, children, girls, whatever, is for persons with disabilities and not for gender. My question, women with disabilities, are they not part of women? And what is the Ministry of Gender and the Department of Gender, what have they been able to capture in the reports on CEDAW? Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Sabia, take that. Okay. So the question is, what have you captured on women with disability in the report?
When it comes to women in disability in the report, what we've captured is there's support for them through the LEAP program. Sometimes even someone is enrolled on LEAP because of their disability, which makes it such that they cannot take part in any productive activity. So they are taken care of when it comes to issues with LEAP. And then issues of, we know that if you are a woman, you're discriminated against. When you have a disability, it's double discrimination. And then we consider them in all our programs and activities as well. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Cletus Asari. I think that CEDAW, if there's room for recommendations in this report, CEDAW should consider adding another article, which is adolescent girls. Because this discussion now has just brought out like a very gray area. And adolescent girls is very, very complicated. You know, when they get pregnant, it's an education problem, it's a health problem, it's a social welfare problem. It cuts across. And that's why, and we are seeing that here. Queen mothers are saying government are saying queen mothers, this one is saying NGOs, you know, it cuts across. So I think that it's important to focus on adolescent girls as a whole area altogether, because this is something we can even spend the whole day or probably the whole week talking about. So a focus on that will be very helpful.
I would want to go to our online participants, and I'll come back to those of us in the room. Any questions? Okay. All right. Any more comments? I'll come back to you in a moment. Let me finish with those here. Okay, I have 3 ladies here, and then I'll take the gentleman over there, then I'll wrap up this session.
Thank you very much. I want to touch on the lady who spoke about persons with disability. When it comes to social welfare, I think I've been an assembly member, and I was on Women and Children Subcommittee. I chaired that committee, and we work with social welfare. Social welfare always depends on the common fund. But then it was 2%. I don't know whether now it has been increased. They always depend on that percentage that comes from common fund to support people with disability. And there are instances where some of them were even willing to continue their education at the tertiary level, which we were proposing that there should be a scholarship for those people to be able to get to the tertiary institutions. Where is the money? The money was not there to even support them. So I don't know if there are NGOs who take up that responsibility and then see to it how best they can be able to support them. Most of them are very willing to continue with their education, but the support is not there. Thank you very much.
Okay, I would also add up from where you ended, looking at the NGOs in the communities, we are doing a lot. And I would also want to touch on the adolescent girls. I don't know if the Ministry of Gender has anything to do with this issue, which bothers me because I work with girls. When it comes to the sanitary parts, we want to go into this usable sanitary pads, and those of us who want to produce them really needs accreditation and then the standardization. And from a little research, Plan Ghana had taken up upon themselves to work around this standardization thing, but it couldn't work. I want to ask if the Ministry of Gender can really push for us to get this. I don't know how it's going to be like, so that those of us who want to produce, because this 21st century, who come to my community where I work, people still use plantain leaves for their menstrual whatever, and it's so disheartening. And it goes back to health. When they use these things, you know what comes after it. So please, I just want to know if you can push or add it to, as my brother said, it's a whole issue. So please consider this one too for us. As NGOs, we are really helping the government to do a lot of things. So please help us in these areas. Thank you.
My name is Susan Deladema. It's a contribution. I think recently one of the corporate organizations had a scholarship grant, I think 20% or 2% or so, for persons with disability who want to further their education. So I think if the government can push that all corporate institutions can at least have a percentage of grants, a scholarship grant for persons with disability, especially the girls, in case a blind or visually impaired person is being raped and she gets pregnant, it's no fault of that person. So if the government can make it a must for corporate organizations to have a support grant which should help them in school, I think it will go a long way to help us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Before you respond, Sabia, our colleagues online, please raise your hand if you want to ask a question, and we'll allow you to do so. You can also type in the chat box and we'll read it and get a response for you. Yeah, please go ahead.
The recommendation for adolescent girls. When you come to Article 10, which is on education, there it covers all those issues of sexual harassment, because they are all related to education. Child marriage is covered there. Issues of adolescent pregnancy is there. So it's embedded under the article which talks about education and health. So it's a recommendation. We can carry it forward. But, I mean, for you to know that those issues have also been covered under education. Just that, as I said at the beginning, there are so many issues. It's about 60 pages. I just picked one on each of that.
Thank you, Sabia, for taking on our issues.
Please, with regards to the sanitary parts and issues of, it's not only about Ministry of Gender. There are health issues there. When it comes to issues of them being in school, all girls in school are under education. It's not like we are not doing anything. There's a whole committee which sits to work on those issues. We are trying to engage even Ministry of Finance so that issues about tax on sanitary pads and the rest. When discussions come, they say, oh, sanitary pad, people say that sanitary pad is regarded as, we all know it's very expensive now, it's regarded as a luxury good. But even to be able to make the case, where is that document that classified it as a luxury good for us to move from there? So there's a lot of work that is going on with regards to that. When it comes to issues of the standards for the reusable parts as well. Yes, we would support as much as, but when it comes to standards, then it's the Ghana Standards Board who would look at your pad and then certify it as good to use. So these are some of the issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Sabia. We have a young man here who wants to ask a question, then we'll go out to our online participants. Clearly, on adolescents, there's a whole discussion that we must have. And this may not be the appropriate forum to engage on this discussion much further because we want to focus on CEDAW. But those of us who work in the health sector, who work in the education sector, can take up this issue and have a conversation around it for us to see the way forward. I'll hand over to my gentleman here to ask his question.
Thank you. Good morning to you all. My name is Joseph from Boys for Change. Good afternoon. I want to ask this very question, which is really bothering all of us. Most of the times we organize such a conference and then we speak about these issues worrying us as a country and as an individual. Most girls are really going through very pathetic situations that sometimes we organize and then we talk about it and it seems like nothing is being done to that. It's like the effort and everything is just going down the drain. Now, with regards to teenage pregnancy, now it has become very rampant. When you go to most kind of, even let me say Accra, okay, it is very rampant. Now we are talking about when they are pregnant, how are we going to care for them, and when they deliver, how many measures have we put in place to really eliminate this kind of art from our society? I want to ask the ministry, what are the kind of measures put in place to eradicate this issue? And then with relation to the sanitary part, I think she has spoke about that, the cost and everything. How are we going to reduce this one? And then the report for rape, when you are going to the bill, how are they going to really cut down or maybe remove from there at all? So these are minimal questions I've asked. Thank you.
Thank you very much, young man, for caring about the issues we are discussing around teenage pregnancy, around the menstruation and the cost of sanitary towels, and what can be done to have this debate to bring the cost of sanitary towels down so it doesn't become a luxury for girls. Online participants, please. Edna. Edna, can we hear you now? Please unmute and speak. Hello. Oh, Edna, please, can you unmute? We can't hear you. Yeah, we know her. Edna, please unmute. We can't hear you. Yeah, it's better now. Yes, we can hear you now. Edna, please go ahead. Any other person online? Edna, we'll move on to another person, then we'll come back to you. Laurentia. Laurentia, can you unmute and talk?
Yes. Hello, everyone. Madam Host.
Please go ahead.
Yes. So thank you very much. My name is Laurentia, Gender Officer for CENT Ghana. One of the models CENT has tried to minimize the effect of teenage pregnancy is by the introduction of the gender model family model, which seeks to eliminate the issue of teenage pregnancy and neglect of children. It's quite an economically friendly model that can be adopted to nip some of these situations in the bud. I highly recommend it. And on the issue of reusable sanitary pads, the luxury aspect is the tax that is imposed, the 20% tax, luxury tax actually that is imposed on reusable sanitary products and sanitary products at large. I am into the production of reusable sanitary pads, franchise from Days for Girls International. By importation, the duty that you get to pay on some of these things. And our customers are basically people who are doing this out of love, NGOs, WorldAF, and the rest, who have supported girls with the use of this sanitary pads over the years. But the price now seems to be deterring them due to tax and also the economic situation of the country. If this can be looked at, and at least we start from the reduction of the luxury tax, or we cut it out completely, it will go a long way. One, to eliminate the problem of sex for pads. We all know it's a big issue if you have been on the ground to look at those things. Sex for pad is there. Girls drop out of school because of pad. Girls stay home for 5 to 7 days when they are on their menstruation because they can't get products to manage their menstrual hygiene. You know, we have a couple of issues around the sanitary pad and education. So my plea is the 20% luxury tax should be cut out or reduced drastically. And also the adoption of the gender model family as a guide for families to nip some of these adolescent problems in the bud. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurentia. Do we have anyone? Khadija. Khadija, let's hear you. Khadija, can you please unmute?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yes.
Khadija, can you come back? We would continue. You can put your question in the chat box and we'll read it. So,
yeah, please, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry it was the network. So, good afternoon to everyone. Messages that are voice to the conversation around the reusable pads. and then the importance of us really pushing for a put down of the luxury tax. Reasonable part is truly a very good option because it's a bit more affordable when you look at the long-term aspect of it. But the other side to the coin is in communities we work, for example, you realize that with the use of the reusable part, you need to have a lot of water, for example, so there are wash implications there. If people we are advocating for the use of reusable parts, for example, and then there are still issues of water in communities. The problem, we are solving a problem, but another problem is opening up as well. And it doesn't mean we can't do that, but I believe at the end of the day, they are seen as a luxury, are really causing problems at the ground level. And so they should take it off. That in itself will make them understand that it is something that they really need to look at. If we take the reusable option too much and give government a certain view, like, okay, reusable parts are okay for use, they may begin to dilly-dally a bit on, okay, they have an option, so let's clear off them. We don't need to take off the luxury tax. So bottom line of what I'm saying is, yes, let's push for reusable parts as an option for the meantime, but the agenda on ensuring that the tax is taken off completely or much off is still moving very high. Thank you very much.
Please let me just
please go ahead.
Let me just respond. With regards to the sanitary part, the luxury tax, of course we agree that the tax should be taken off. As I mentioned earlier, there's a whole committee working on it, but it doesn't happen just like that. It's a process. We need to go to Ministry of Finance. We need to justify. It's a whole process. So yes, it's being worked on, it's being considered. It is also a priority for us. Thank you.
Sabia, we'll take your final remarks and then we can move on to the next session.
Yes, please. I just want to address the question from the gentleman who was talking about issues of adolescent pregnancy. When it comes to adolescent pregnancy, there's a lot of work going on in that area, but then the numbers are also increasing. There are policies in place. Even just yesterday, we had a meeting to review the implementation of the policy. It wasn't a government thing. It was government and CSOs, because we are all partners who developed this document and looking towards its implementation. As a ministry, we have mentorship programs for our girls to ensure that they know their sexual reproductive rights, they stay in school, and then strive for greater heights. We are engaging men and boys, the people who impregnate the girls as well. Currently, we are developing a national framework for everybody, all CSOs, so that when we are engaging them, we are all speaking the same language. There's a manual for that as well. And then we engage parents as well. Some parents, as per our upbringing, they can't even talk to their children about sex, to be open so that their children can come to them and then they can provide answers to their questions. But then with all the challenges we have with adolescent pregnancy, a big responsibility also rests on the parents, knowing where their children are, what they are doing, providing them with the right information, not pushing them out to go and do things that they are not supposed to do for economic gains. So the responsibility rests on all of us, and then we are all trying to address this problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabia. We have somebody who has a last comment, do you? Is it a question? Because she won't speak after you. So it should be a comment. Okay. So can you take the microphone from her, please?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. So my name is Matilda. Like I said, I work with NORSAC, and I like the bit of the gender modeled household concept that I think Edna or someone online spoke about. However, I don't see it responding to this one especially, but it's a good model that a lot of us can adopt. NOSAC is using it, and it's giving a lot of social transformation. I just want to make a comment to the Ministry of Gender that I think all of us are asking. If I had the mic earlier, I would have also asked Ministry of Gender, what are you doing in this area? But I feel like a lot of us are doing so many things around our own small corners and complementing the efforts of government and the ministry for that matter. So what I want to say is that the ministry can connect more with various CSOs in the district, regions, or wherever, so that we don't repeat efforts and can actually cause some program synergies. Because if we are looking at issues of this back to school, I know PPAG is doing it, NOSAC is doing it, some other CSOs are doing it. This is a policy that the country has set out for us to achieve, but we still have challenges. So it looks like we are all doing something, but not really getting it. So I'm thinking that if the ministry can connect more and have the focal persons work with the CSOs at that level, it will minimize the issue somehow. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for those comments. Can we clap for Sabia? She's done so well to take all our bullets and to pass on our comments to the ministry. Thank you so, so much for coming. We have to move on to the next session, but before we do, I'd want us to stretch a bit. We've been sitting for a while before we get into the next session. So there's a short video, and that thing, when you do what is in the video, yes. So I hope you enjoy watching it. We have to catch our breath. So we are moving on to discuss another treaty, this time at the continental level. And it is the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of women in Ghana. In Africa, we like long names. This protocol was acceded to in Maputo, so the short form is really the Maputo Protocol. And similar to CEDAW, this protocol is all about women. It came into being in 2004, and as member states ratify the protocol, they must present reports just like the way CEDAW's report is. So for member states, all right, the owner of Toyota GN9860- Toyota GN9860-11. Can you please move your car? You haven't parked or somebody else wants to move. So if you're in this room, kindly go and move your car. Thank you. So states who ratify, that is African states who ratify this protocol, must submit an initial report within 2 years of ratification, and after that submit periodic reports. So just like CEDAW happens, they must look at how they are implementing the provisions in the protocol and report on this to the African Union Commission. There are quite a number of articles. There are about 20, let me see. Yeah, there are 32 articles, but some articles are the main articles, others are procedural in terms of the African Commission reporting process and so on and so forth. So when there is a state report, then NGOs or stakeholders can submit a shadow report to look at providing additional information, identifying gaps in the state report, and present information so that when the commission is reviewing the state report, it takes the NGO report in addition to the state periodic report to have a holistic review. They also make concluding observations and require states to go back and implement those concluding observations. I had asked Sabia earlier my private question whether we had reported on the protocol on women's rights. And unfortunately, Ghana has never submitted a report, though we ratified the convention in 2007 or thereabout. So usually we are the first to ratify, but when it comes to reporting, then it becomes another wahala altogether. So WILDAF had consultations a few years ago, and what it sought to do is to submit an alternative report or alternate report. We recall that Hillary mentioned that where there isn't a state report at all, stakeholders, NGOs can submit an alternate report. It is an indictment on the state that does not report, because then you as the person or the entity that has ratified, you are reneging on your commitment, and it is your stakeholders who present a report. So what WILDAF wants to do is to present an alternate report to CEDAW. Now, because Ghana hasn't officially reported to the, alternate report to the AU Commission, because Ghana has not sent an official report to the AU before, it's difficult to send an alternate report to the Commission because there is no substantive report for which they will compare what the NGOs present to what the state presents. So the route is to go through the Special Rapporteur on Women's Rights, who is an official appointed by the African Union to go to various countries to see how well they are advancing women's rights. So the route that WILDAF wants to use is to develop this alternate report and give it to the Special Rapporteur on Women's Rights, such that in that woman's conversations with the African Union Commission or with our government, she can point out areas that we want to see government put in more measures to advance women's rights. So it's a unique opportunity for Ghana civil society organizations, stakeholders, to present this alternate report. So my role this afternoon is to just give you highlights of the draft report that WILDAF has developed, and for us to give feedback as to how we can improve the report that we have put together. So that is what I'm going to do. I'd want to run you through quickly the various articles of the CEDAW. You see, my whole mind is CEDAW, pardon me, of the Maputo Protocol, before I come to the presentation that you see on the screen. So Article 1 of the Maputo Protocol is a definition section. So it just talks about what discrimination against women means, what harmful practices are, and what violence against women is. What I find interesting about the Maputo Protocol is that it's contextual to our African situation. So you may find some articles that are not in the CEDAW because of our specific context across our different countries on the continent. So Article 1 is on definitions, and here you can see it describes or defines harmful practices, because we know the prevalence of harmful practices across African countries. Also defines violence against women as we know it. Article 2 is on elimination of discrimination against women. Article 3 Article 3 looks at the right to dignity. Article 4 is on the right to life, integrity, and security of the person. Article 5 is on elimination of harmful practices. Article 6 is on marriage. Article 7 is on separation, divorce, and annulment of marriage. Article 8 is access to justice and equal protection. It's on right to peace. 11 is on protection of women in armed conflict. 12 is on right to education and training. 13 is on economic and social rights. 14 is on health and reproductive rights. 15 is on right to food security. 16, right to adequate housing. 17 on right to positive cultural context. 18 to right to a healthy and sustainable environment. 19 is on sustainable development. 20 on women's rights, 21 on inheritance, 22 on elderly women, 23 on women with disabilities, 24 women in distress. I've run through this because what I'm going to present clusters the articles for reporting purposes. So it doesn't follow chronologically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way to 20. So for purposes of reporting, the African Union Commission gives some guidelines, similar to how CEDAW provides guidelines. And it clusters all these 24 articles across 8 broad thematic areas. So the first thematic area, or thematic cluster 1, looks at equality and non-discrimination. And this covers articles 2, 8, 9, and 12 as cluster 1. So when you are reporting, in providing evidence, you give the situation in the country, the legal framework that protects rights of women around these areas, and provide recommendations that the Commission should take into account. So for the thematic cluster 1 on equality and non-discrimination, for Article 2, that is on discrimination, elimination of discrimination, what the alternate report has currently is what I'm presenting. So what I found in the report, the draft report is what I'm presenting. To eliminate discrimination, we mentioned Article 17. And Article 17 of our Constitution looks at equality of both sexes and non-discrimination on the basis of gender. Then we look at the consultant mentions the Labor Act and providing equal pay for work of equal value, and also references the Disability Act. Please take notes as I go along. If the legal, administrative policy frameworks I mentioned are sufficient, so be it. If not, and there are any missing, please, when we get to the discussion point, you highlight those areas which are missing so we can improve upon the report. With respect to the situation in Ghana, the report looks at some significant progress made with respect to women's rights, but also says that some substantive inequalities exist. It also looks at women being discriminated when it comes to land, inheritance issues, challenges facing persons with disability, those living with HIV and AIDS who face stigma in our society. And then it also goes on to say that those with different sexual orientations are harassed in our society. So for the article on non-discrimination, this is the information in the alternate report. So if there are other areas that we have to add, we would have to look at that. I don't know whether I should do it one at a time, or I should do each cluster of themes, then we can get feedback, because it's quite a lot. So let's do one cluster of themes. So what I presented is on discrimination. Now, Article 8 is on access to justice, including legal aid and the training of law enforcement officers. Access to justice, including legal aid and training of law enforcement officers. The report lists the existing legislation to include, again, at 1992 Constitution, that women are guaranteed equal right to training and promotion without any impediment. Mentions our Legal Aid Act, which provides legal aid to those who earn below the minimum wage, and presents the situation in Ghana to include the fact that there's access to courts, but we don't have enough courts in some of our districts, though courts are continuing to be established. The cost in traveling to and from court to complete a case is high. We don't have many lawyers offering free legal services, pro bono services. Legal fees are also quite high, so many people cannot afford it. Sometimes cases are adjourned for so long that parties end up losing interest in the cases. And so it makes the populace's confidence in the judicial system a bit, it wavers because of all the challenges. Sometimes you don't even want to take your case to court at all, because when you do, you are likely to face adjournment, delays. Then sometimes you even say, you know what, I'm tired, I won't go on with the case at all. So this is the information in the report. For Article 9, political participation and decision making, the report alludes to the Constitution Review Commission's report in 2012, and the recommendation made in that report that there should be affirmative action of at least 30% women represented in public and private institutions. And indeed, the government white paper endorsed it. Yet what have we seen when it comes to the affirmative action bill? Since 2012, it's been, it goes to cabinet, then it goes to parliament, then it will lapse, then we'll review, and it's been dancing like that, and it's still dancing. I don't know whether it's buga. But what we heard this morning is that it's kind of stuck at cabinet. It's been at cabinet for more than 2 years. And it's still there. It's not more than 2, but it's there. Now it has stopped the dancing at cabinet. This year along the way, we heard Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, say that the affirmative action bill should be brought to Parliament. That it is their responsibility to pass the bill. We are in December, and the bill is still not in Parliament. So in terms of the situation in Ghana, we are saying that the representation of women in decision-making is very low. We heard some of the data from our presentation by Sabia. The number of female parliamentarians is something else. It's 14%. The report mentions 11%, so note it so that we will check the percentages again. So I'm only reporting what is in the report, okay? The number of executive ministers, deputy ministers, council of state, and so on and so forth are all low compared to the men. So that is it on Article 9. Now we move on to Article 12 on education. And the report mentions Ghana's shared growth and development agenda. We've moved on from there. Yeah. So for district assemblies, no, this is chief executives. This is what is in the report, so any corrections will come from us, because it is the purpose of this exercise is to be able to improve upon the report. So if we have more information, there's information we must correct, we'll talk about that. So looking at the education, the report mentions Ghana's shared growth and development agenda. We've moved on to another policy. So this is an old policy anyway. And also talks about the Education Strategic Plan 2010 to 2020. We're in 2022, so maybe there's a new plan, and I'd want to hear from you. In terms of the situation in Ghana, we are saying that, yes, we have parity at senior high school, but when it gets to the higher levels, tertiary, teacher training colleges, the numbers, there's still disparity between male and females there. There are other challenges, including low quality of education. In some of our schools, parents are not able to pay school fees. Some are still prioritizing boys' education over that of girls. And then sometimes children have to travel long distances to get to school. So these are some of the challenges. So colleagues, let's hold on. On the cluster one, do we have any comments that we can put down to improve this report? Ideally, we should have gone into group work. But we can also do this through plenary. Can somebody be passing the other microphone? Young man, hello, the one who has the 3 questions, come. Take the microphone and pass it around for me. Okay. So cluster 1 is on equality and non-discrimination. And we would want your feedback to improve the report. Somebody had the hand up here.
Hello. Okay. Yes. On cluster 1, you referenced the report referenced the Disability Act. Assuming it was in full force. I'm saying assuming it was in full force because since it was passed in 2006, this is 2022, the Disability Act has never had an LI for implementation, and there is currently an ongoing process of reenactment that we are hoping that the Disability Act of 2006, Act 715, will be reenacted to look like or reflect the full values of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and some added elements from the African Disability Protocol. And so the Disability Act as it is now, is not in full force, and I think that the report should also echo the aspect of the disability community calling for it to be reenacted. As we speak now, it still hasn't even got to the Attorney General. It's still at the Ministry of Gender, ostensibly because we still have a caretaker minister. We don't know how far it's going to go. So that's what I wanted to add to.
Thank you very much. Please, nobody should pick on the elephant in the room. Because that elephant is developing clay feet. And you know what I mean? Yeah. Thank you very much. So any more comments to this cluster? Yes, ma'am.
So for the education aspect, one thing maybe we can recommend as CSOs is the addition of what we call gender transformative education. We've been talking about gender parity and all of that. Yes, in Ghana at some point, girls are also going to schools as much as the boys. But how do we sustain education in Ghana and in Africa so that at the end of the day, education is not just something to
tick boxes. It's not just for the quantity, but also in quality. The Education Strategic Plan for Ghana talks about transformative education. The educative document for AU also speaks about transformative education. We are looking to reform learning for both boys and girls, teachers, and even the community in a way that education will bring sustainability, especially for gender equality. So maybe we can look at gender transformative education. It's something that is quite new, but it's been there. So please, let's do well to do that.
Thank you. Any more comments? Any more comments? If we don't talk, we'll go into group work. Okay, let's move on. Any more comments? Online?
Please, the issue on education, I think this is about the second or the third time that I've heard the education. How did you call it? The transformative
education.
I think you believe we all know about it. Some of us do not. Is it possible to know a little bit more about it? Because indeed, the education of our teenagers who have gone back to school has opened our eyes so much, especially in terms of where they lose out totally if they do not go before the year is over. I don't know how many of us are aware of this. That once you are placed at an SS level, if you do not go and register, that is it.
You have to go join the next year.
No, you must go back to JSS and sit before you are replaced again.
Okay.
So that should be looked at.
Okay.
You know, otherwise we can never encourage anybody to go back to school after they've had a child.
All right, thank you.
So can you enlighten us a little bit more on the gender educative whatever?
5 minutes or less.
So the idea behind gender transformative education is that you want to reform the education sector. We are not looking at education that allows you to go to school because you have to go to school. But we are looking at education that will make you be able to get outcomes that are equitable to you based on your gender and that are positive for your learning. So in a case like this, what gender transform happens? So what do? You reform the curriculum or the protocol in a way that the lady, the young girl doesn't have to go all the way back to school, because then at the end of the day you have the boys moving ahead. He's the father, but he's still going to school and it still leaves the girl behind. But you say that the girl is going to school because you've given her a chance, she can go back. So what we have to do as CSOs is to also push for this, not just looking at education on the surface levels, we are ticking boxes. No, but we should look at education that will help reform learning for young girls, for young boys, so that young boys too can know that when we are talking about gender transformative education, things that we call toxic masculinities that bring power imbalances for girls and boys, you know that boys can also appreciate women and the value of women, so that when they grow up, they are not abusing the woman. You can also, gender transformative education also talks to the teachers, in the sense that when teachers are teaching, you can go to the rural community and you sit down, you be like, the teacher will say that it happens. No, we are doing a drama. These small things. No, we need a doctor. Okay, Kwame, be doctor. Aja, be nurse. What are you putting inside the mind of the children? All these things are called hidden curriculums. So it may seem like something that is very small, but at the end of the day, they help, or they are things that really impact, whether negatively or positively. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Should we go to cluster 2 then? All right, cluster 2 looks at protection of women from violence and sexual harassment. So the articles there are 3 and 4, 5, 4.2c, and 4.2a and 5c. don't worry yourself about the 2A, 2B. So for Articles 3 to 4, it's about bodily integrity and dignity, including sexual violence, trafficking of women, and medical and scientific experimentation. So the report mentions the Domestic Violence Act, the Human Trafficking Act, and the Criminal Offences Act, in particular, the section that criminalizes abortion except in certain circumstances, such as rape or when it is injurious to the health of the mother or the fetus. So the situation in Ghana is that domestic violence is widespread. We all know this. FGM is a criminal offense, but the practice still goes on, sometimes across the borders to Cote d'Ivoire, Burkina Faso, and Togo. We know about the increase in transactional sex as a result of COVID-19. And we know that the police also provides resources as much as possible to help victims of violence or survivors of violence, but they do face a lot of logistical constraints. So they are unable to address cases to their logical conclusions. So this is what the report captures on Article 3 to 4 on bodily integrity and trafficking of women. The next article is on Article 5, practices that are harmful to women, including female genital mutilation. Here, the report references the Criminal Offences Act and the sections that criminalize acts such as FGM and customary servitude. We have another section that criminalizes cruel widowhood rights. The situation in Ghana is that not all of the harmful practices against women are criminalized. An example is the situation of our witch camps, where women are sent. We don't have a law yet, although we are hearing from Sabia that there's a lot of work in progress. And so cruel widowhood rights also are prevalent. And as I said earlier, guardians' parents take their children beyond the borders to have them cut. So this is what the report provides under Article 5 on practices that are harmful to women. Article 4 on female stereotypes. Here, the legislative framework include the National Gender Policy of 2015, which requires that we mainstream gender and women's empowerment into our development processes, and gives the situation on women as the fact that women's reproductive roles affect them when it comes to their productive roles. The next is on sexual harassment. The legislative framework makes reference to the Labor Act and the definition of sexual harassment in the Labor Act. The definition is there as unwelcome advances by a co-worker, whether male or female. Sexual harassment is quite prevalent in Ghana, including in our schools and workplaces. Some offices don't have policies, some have, but the policies are only on paper. Then the last article there is on domestic violence. We all know about domestic violence, so I won't talk too much about it. So here is the thematic cluster. Any comments? Domestic violence, sexual harassment, female stereotypes, practices that are harmful to women, and the fact that there's trafficking of women, and in some countries, women's bodies may be used for scientific experimentation. Comments to improve this part of the report, please. Yes, sir. Where's my young man?
On the article that has to do with trafficking, I think a lot more information can be added. I think there's a lot of trafficking, in-country trafficking, as well as external trafficking going on, which I think that there's also some statistics and some information that I think can be added to make it, a bit richer.
Thank you. Any other? Yes, ma'am. Because of our online participants, you have to talk into the microphone. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know why efforts from places like NADMO and Ghana Refugee Board have not been captured, because these organizations work with internally displaced persons, they work with trafficked people, and I know that they've been doing some things to be able to provide relief and recovery for survivors. We don't call them victims anymore, for survivors. So maybe we should look into capturing what they have been doing. Another comment is to put particular emphasis on the Ghana National Action Plan on United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325. AU has a continental results framework, so it would be very important for them to know about this. Also, then it gives this kind of, these particular articles some sort of gravitas, in the sense that, you know, now you are speaking to what they want to also hear on that. And also because it has the international backing of UN. Thank you.
Yes, Mrs. Sakwalu, please bring it to Mrs. Sakwalu. Anybody? The lady.
Yes, when it comes to sexual harassment, I think most institutions don't have the policy. So I don't know whether the ministry, where is that, Sabia? Whether the ministry has been able.
Sabia, I'll respond for you.
Yes. Yeah. Most institutions don't have a policy on it. So it becomes very difficult to deal with it, especially in institutions where you have a lot of this going on. I don't want to mention the names of the institutions, but it happens all the time. Because they don't have a policy which they can implement and protect, a lot of the women are unwilling to report. And you know what it does to the women. You know, you are not able to give off your best, and it can be very dehumanizing. And we need to insist that institutions should have policy on sexual harassment in place, so that people will be able, women who go through it should be able to report for appropriate, you know, if you don't report, how are you going to be helped? So there should be something in place. So this is my my record, because most TUC had a workshop, and I attended it. The women from the various TUC organizations, you know, they said when you report it, nobody minds you, because the TUC itself, I don't think they have a policy in place. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Sabia, I was going to help you, but this one, dear, take your own wahala. Please give it to her. No, give it to her. There's a lady.
When it comes to the national sexual harassment policy, it's something that we are considering. We don't have one yet, but plans, we are engaging with other partners to start developing it. But then there are institutions that have their institution-specific sexual harassment policy, but we're working towards a national one from which other institutions can draw and develop their own.
Thank you. Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations has done a study in Ghana with over 20,000 people, and the data is quite alarming as to sexual harassment, and we have more sexual harassment in the informal sector than the formal sector.
I wanted to find out from the last article, the gender-based budgeting, which, especially the component related to DOPSU, which was intended to create an enabling environment and remove some of the burden in terms of cost relating to survivors when it comes to domestic violence. Whether that is out of place to be included there, because there has been a bit of work done, even though the progress has been very slow. But I think there's useful data that we can include in that place to enrich it and also amplify some of the efforts, but at the same time shedding some light in terms of what roadmaps we are looking to push there to achieve this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a lady here. Please, can you keep the, because people need to refer to it. Actually, take
Hello. Okay, so I'd wanted to add to what my madam said with regards to sexual harassment. My take is, apart from the policies that government is putting in place, I would encourage all the NGOs and the other bodies that are helping in terms of gender empowerment, okay, to educate the young ladies on what sexual harassment is, because some girls don't even know what it is from the onset, so it actually becomes a huge issue before they can, and they don't even know where to report to or who to tell. So when the education goes down from scratch, let's say from childhood to teenage and so on and so forth, before it gets to the harassment itself, you can tell some of the comments and things from people is related to that, then you know what you are heading towards before it gets to that stage.
Thank you. A young man, there's a comment. Okay, Mr. Akpala, we'll come to you. There's a comment by the lady here, then we'll come to Mr. Akpala.
So with first, I'll talk about the domestic violence. So for domestic violence, aside the fact that it's widespread and everyone is aware of it and everyone is talking so much, let an incident happen right now. You will see the media, the ministries, governments, everyone is on it talking about it. But on the ground, in reality, it's not what it is. What can be done? It's about us as individuals, our mindset, the approach we give to it. We see people endure a lot of domestic violence, either from their spouse or even from their very close people. And then this is very sensitive for me. So, and then when they take the case up to maybe family or to police station, you see men that are abused. It's not just women. They take it to police station and they even mock them. Like, oh yeah, Bemba, I don't know, complaining so Bible, which is wrong. It's us as people. Again, for a woman, you are abused, you go report to the family and they tell you, say, oh, where dear awaria sem monko tenasna monka bompaye no way no way jawo no bia betenase. So you see, let's face it for what it is. If you are abused by your partner, the people around should give you the support. Even if it means you are going to divorce, fine. I would rather be divorced and stay alive for my children than continue to be in the marriage whilst my children see this. And you see, we have to take it very seriously, because as people, it runs in circle. If my children grow up seeing that their dad can talk to me anyhow, beat me, and I can do that, my daughters will grow up thinking that it is okay for a man to yell at me or beat me. My sons will grow up thinking it's okay for them to beat their wives or their girlfriends. We need to end it from our homes. If it has to end, let it end. So, because no matter what the government does, no matter the policies, whatever comes in, if we don't practice this at home, it won't end. So, the traditional, and I'm happy we have our Queen Mothers here. This is usually the traditional leaders. They causes, they are the cause. So, they will say, oh, Mommy and Fanko, solve it. We beg you, don't solve it. Let the law deal with them, so that it will come to an end. And there has to be a lot of education on that. Again, talking about the sexual harassment, it's also another very sensitive issue. And then my lady here spoke about it, but just to reiterate a few points. There has to be a lot of education. A lot of education. What is sexual harassment? What you may consider as sexual harassment, another person may not consider it as sexual harassment. So there has to be defined, like it has to be well defined what sexual harassment is. So for instance, in my office, if a colleague, a male friend, let's face it, in an environment. So I'm just going to use my personal experience. I hope we are all here and everything stays here. I picked my husband's phone and a lady colleague, they refer to each other as sweetheart, dear. And I'm like, babe, this is not happening. Your work colleague is not calling you sweetheart, babe. Okay, Madonna, please, I hope you can hear.
Go.
Online participant. Okay. Hello? Okay. And I'm like, no, this is not happening. Your female colleague, what is dear? What is sweetheart? Don't you have names? Call each other by names. But you see, they think it is okay because they feel they are cordial, but it is wrong. I'm talking about it, and it may be because, you're jealous. But let's put jealousy aside. Let's face reality. You're not supposed to be calling your female colleague dear, and she's not supposed to text back by saying, oh, sweetheart. Like, what do you mean, sweetheart? As you're saying, that is one. That is one major thing. And oh, no. You see, we are all laughing, but it's serious, so. You people are laughing at me.
Wrapping up.
Okay, so you see, we don't have to call each other by such names because that is where it starts from. So today, sweetheart, dear. Tomorrow, hey, your boobs are looking this. So tomorrow, next day, that is how it starts. So we have to define it that look, in corporate settings, some names are not supposed to be there. There is somebody who went for an interview and then the director complimented, you smell good. And it became an issue. She's a feminist. I follow her on Twitter and she brought it. It became a very serious issue. So she didn't even take the offer when she was offered the job because she feels like, if even at an interview you are telling me that I smell good, what will happen if I come to the job? Then everything else. So, and you see, this is somebody who knows her rights, who I would say is comfortable. What about somebody who is not comfortable and can't endure unemployment and needs the job urgently? That person would have been compelled. Oh, I should stop talking. Okay.
Yes, please. There's a name I picked from your narrative, babe. Now the trend is that you call your husbands babe. So what are their names? The female calls the male babe. The male calls the husband babe. So I'm like, madam, in our old days, I would do my dear and honey. Now it's all gone. No. Now it's babe. This is Akbalu.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I just wanted to, there's a little gap here. About sexual harassment, it starts very early. The teachers, especially primary, through the educational ladder, we have to start teaching our children, even those in kindergarten, that nobody has a right to your body. The body integrity should be emphasized. For a child of, let's say, 3 years, came back home. He said, teacher always wants to take off my pants when I want to. I said, nobody has a right. It's even in the house. It's only your mother or your father or an accredited maid. Even that is not. I always say that when I was teaching these things in the 80s, 83, nobody should give your child a bath. All these things start from the home and from the school. No teacher has the right to help a child, a kindergarten child, to take off her pants and then to take her to the washroom. No, it's not. Anybody should have no business touching your body because these things start from there. And that is why the educational policy, when she was talking about transformation, it is very, very important for us to emphasize these things. Because in Ghana, we take these things, who is your no, we should not allow these things for any adult to call a child my wife or my this. No. So when we drum these things into the heads of schools and also in their home, leaving your children to be cared for, to be, nobody should touch your child. You must, growing up, if I don't give my children a bath, my husband will have to do it. It took a while, but he has to do it because I saw things which I don't want to even talk about. Just Joe, a friend of mine, always going on trips, leaving the children. A male child, he's big. The maid was, I don't know, was always robbing his manhood. And the boy would be crying. The maid was sleeping with the boy. They're asking this poor boy of 8 years to be having sex with her. Until, if I saw it with my own eyes. That day, I nearly killed the maid. When they came and reported the case, that was somewhere in 83. I almost killed the maid. She ran away. These things happen. And I don't want to tell you about other sinister things that happen in the home. So please, these are some of the things we have to tell parents, especially mothers. Don't allow your maid to give your children a bath. Don't, in the schools too, tell the child, if any teacher asks you, take off your pants, or I will take it off for you. Don't allow it. Say, no, only mommy and daddy can take off my pants, touch my body. That is how the harassments come about.
Thank you very much.
So we have to be careful.
So we'll move on to the next cluster, which is also an interesting one. And the next cluster is on rights relating to marriage. Rights relating to marriage. And here, Article 6 is about marriage and its effect on property relations, nationality, and name. Marriage and its effect on property relations, nationality, and name. And the framework provided includes our Marriages Act, our 1992 Constitution that guarantees the rights of spouses to own property individually or jointly, and Article 22 about equitable distribution of property when there is dissolution of the marriage. We also have the intestate succession law, which regulates distribution of property when a person does not leave a will. So there are a number of cases that look at distribution of property at divorce. Courts try to do equity. Sometimes they almost went to equality. Now they've shifted back to equity, where it's no longer 50-50, but they decide to do 60-40, 70-30, depending on the case before them. We also know that Law 111 mainly protected widows and children, but there are challenges with Law 111, and it requires that law to be amended, but it has not been amended to date. The next is on Article 6, minimum age of marriage. Again, here our Children's Act says that a child has to be married when the child is 18 years. But what do we find? There's a lot of early and forced marriage of children who are below 18 years, and it's a real problem. The next one is about registration of marriage. And we have the customary marriage and registration and divorce registration law, PNDC law 112. We have a Marriages Act that requires that all civil marriages, under the marriage ordinance, of course, they are registered. You get your long certificate. The Marriage of Mohammedans ordinance also requires all Islamic marriages to be registered, all. There are issues there because those who do customary marriage are not registering. We also find that Muslims rarely register their marriages, although they are supposed to. The next one is on protection of women in polygamous marriages. And I mentioned earlier that the treaty is context-specific to Africa. If you look at CEDAW, we don't find such things in there. But this treaty looks at polygamous marriages because we know that African men like more wives. So here, the framework includes our PNDC law 112. That is the only law mentioned in the report. And in terms of the situation, it looks at the challenges women go through when they are in polygamous unions. Some of the challenges relate to access to productive resources like land, at divorce, particularly when there are many wives. Sometimes in some parts of our country, when a woman dies, she's inherited by when the man dies, she's inherited by the brother of the deceased. She's almost forced into it as a way of her accessibility to the property that the deceased spouse left behind. At the moment, if you are in Impinawari cohabitation, our laws in Ghana do not protect you. That is the situation now. We are expecting the Property Rights of Spouses Bill to be passed. Again, like the Affirmative Action Bill, it's also dancing buga somewhere. So it's also not been passed. Then the last bit, the last but one is on protection of women during separation, divorce, or annulment of a marriage. So we refer to Articles 18 and 22 that I mentioned earlier, and also the fact that the courts are now gradually looking at other things beyond contributing money to property. So household chores, the women's burden of care. Courts are beginning to see that as valuable. So when there is divorce or separation, they have to look at property distribution. They consider what women do at home in arriving at an equitable distribution of the property. Then protection of children in the family. We have the Children's Act, the minimum age of marriage, and then a national strategic framework on ending child marriage in Ghana, which Sabia mentioned. We're saying that though the law prohibits commercial sexual exploitation of children and criminalizes the use of the law criminalizes the use of the internet for pornography, particularly involving children. And I'll not go on to what the new law is, but this is what is in the report. Okay, so for this theme, it's quite interesting. So to recap, we have articles around marriage and relations. We have articles on minimum age of marriage, registration of marriage, protection of women in polygamous marriages, protection of women during separation, divorce, or annulment of the marriage, and protection of children in the family. Your comments, what should we add to enhance this part of the report? Yes. Okay, can I take Nana and come back to you, please? Can I take the Queen Mother?
I just want to ask if it says something on betrothment or betrothal.
Betrothal. Okay, so we'll add that. What the Children's Act talks about. Please, do we all know what betrothal is? We all know. Or we want Nana to explain? We all know. Is there anybody who doesn't know? So Nana can explain what betrothal is. Esiwa. Okay, now as Esiwa, everybody knows. Okay, so we'll add that.
Okay, so the first thing I want to talk about is I saw that it stated that age 16 consent to marriage and then 18 to marry. I want to correct that. The issue is consent to sex, not marriage, is 16. So let's correct it. Consent to sex is 16. And then consent to marriage is 18. But then, for some of us who are into women and children, that's where the issue is. Because why do you give consent to sex at 16 and now say the person can marry at 18? Why is that? What's the difference? Because if I'm having sex at 16, I'm already doing what adults do. Aside cooking and taking care of children, which I would do in marriage, if I'm having sex at 16, I could get pregnant. Okay, so it means I can be abused. But if it's 18, so it's one of the things we talk about a lot, women groups and all of that, and I don't know how we can get them to revise that law, because we say that these laws were made by men and it favors them, so then why would they increase the consent for sex? Because it's very contradictory. So for the marriage part, that is what I want to talk about. Now, talking about the property, yes, we realize that if you make substantial contribution in the marriage, yes, when there is separation, it will be shared equally. And I'm glad you stated the case, the locus classicus, which is Mensa versus Mensa. But then, what we have to understand is that the position of the law is that any marriage, any property you acquire in the subsistence of the marriage. So if I marry today, and my husband had so many properties. I also inherited so many things from my dad. All of that is not part. But if we marry today's date is what, say 15th, moving forward, any property that is acquired within that period, if there is separation, it will be shared equally. Now, sometimes what makes it, and you know how judges give their judgment. Sometimes they look at other factors, surrounding factors and all of that to determine. But it is like that because even if I did not bring in money, like she stated, I did so many things. I was busy taking care of kids. Like Auntie Hillary stated, you are chilling and then I'm in traffic, going home to go and cook. You came back from work very stressed and then you needed to de-stress. I helped you to de-stress. You came back from work and all of that. So those are the things the court considers to say that the woman, though did not bring physical cash, has contributed substantially. And so it will be divided, it will be shared into two. But one thing that we need to know is that when we marry, we are all eager to change our names to our husband's names. There's nothing wrong with that too. But some of us, we won't do it. Not because we don't love our husbands. We love them. We will respond in the society to the missus. But in documentation, we will not. And even if we do, even if I end up adding my husband's name to my name, any property, and I think all women should know this, whatever property you acquire in the marriage, never put Mr. and Mrs. Mr. and Mrs. is not a name. Today, if you leave the marriage, there's going to be another Mr. and Mrs. So please, even if I am Mrs. Boche, so assuming I adopted Boche and I dropped my dad's name, so it will not be Rita Amanupe Boche. If we buy property, it should be Rita Amanupe Boche and so and so Boche, and not Mr. and Mrs. Boche. Like Mr. and Mrs. Boche is not a name. So you would be denied your property when the time comes. That is one. Also, we spoke about Mpenawari cohabitating. Now, with the spousal bill that we are looking at passing, even before it comes, I just want us to know that there was a recent ruling. Yeah. You can check Amasewa, the Amasewa case. Okay, so Madam knows already. I don't need to say. Okay, so the Amasewa case proves that even though the bill has not been passed, if you can prove that you are cohabitating with somebody and then the person is cheating, because for the facts of Amasewa, just to give you a brief, she was in Mali and then the man met her and she was supposed to go to Germany and work. So prostitution, they agreed between them. I'll do prostitution, send the money, we will, get married. Nobody will know you're a prostitute when you come back to Ghana. She agreed, did it, and was sending money, lots of money. She's rich. And the man was here building, they have about 3 houses, or Yarifa, mansions. And she sent 4 cars. And not normal cars, so Mercedes-Benz, 4, for them to prepare for their marriage and everything. Not knowing that this man was here, trained Panafufro with another person, planning to marry the person. When Amasawa came back, the man said, oh, men worry and all of that. Okay, who worry me? Where's my money and my property? That one too, the man registered everything in his name. So she was losing out. So when they went for trial, at the first trial, High Court, she was, so much emotion. So she lost. At the first trial, she lost. Because, you see, and when you go to court, put the emotions aside, though. Courts, any emotions are same. Go and deal with facts. And then they went on an appeal. So it was at the appeal, she actually now dealt with facts. And she won. So she got her Mercedes. And I was very impressed with how the whole case went. You should read it. The questions that the man was asked and all of that is interesting. So if you can prove, though it's in Panawaria or cohabitating or a breach of promise to marry, all of that, if you can prove, you will still get your things. And let's do that too. I think we are too sympathetic with men. Please, I'm not anti-men. Me, I love men. You're correct. I love them. But we have to know when to be firm. Okay, on men. Thank you.
Thank you. You had a comment earlier. Do you want to comment? Can we bring it here? Ma'am, you had your hand up earlier.
From the Legal Resource Center. So you see how she's talking. From the legal point of view.
There's a comment here. Somebody wants to make a comment. Ma'am, you in the shirt. Yes. No, go ahead. Make it.
Okay, so with my comments, I'll be taking us a little back. talking about domestic abuse or domestic violence. Persons with disability, we suffer it from home to the office, in school, in the community, even our churches. We suffer domestic violence or abuse. At home, we are maltreated because we can't function like the because we can't function like the able ones. So we are being abused. And in school, it's the same issue. Even at church, there are special chairs for persons with disability, some churches. And at the office, because we have disability, we are treated different. I think employers should understand that persons with disability can have shortcomings anytime. Just like an experience I want to share. There was this lady who was working on the 3rd floor of a building. Unfortunately for her, one day from work, she fell and had a problem. It was a very great fall, but she managed somehow to get home. The following morning, she had to obtain permission that she wasn't able to come to work because she couldn't even walk. The CEO, who is not always around, came around that day, and he was so angry, whether he was not briefed as to what happened the previous day. He was so angry. So I think it needs to be considered. Persons with disability in the office, there should be some consideration for persons with disability.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to the next cluster of themes. We want to hurry up so we can have lunch. The next one is on access to health. And Article 14.2 talks about Adolescent Health Service Policy Strategy, the National Health Insurance Act, and the Health Sector Gender Policy of 2015. In terms of the context, it looks at the inadequate financial and other resources that face public health facilities and the need to address this. The next article is on reproductive health services, including reduction of maternal mortality. Reference is made to the Patients Charter and the National Health Insurance Act here as well. The context is that the NHIS absorbs costs for child delivery, which has somewhat reduced maternal mortality. We now have ambulance services in all districts to improve health delivery. Mental health is also something that is gradually being taken care of. The next is on abortion rights. Abortion, as I mentioned earlier, is prohibited under our law, except in certain circumstances. Then there's a reproductive health strategy of 2007 to 2011. The comment here is that though abortion is permitted within a certain window, there is abuse of that window where people can just walk into a facility and say, I want to terminate my pregnancy, and it is done without the conditions set by the Criminal Act. The next is on HIV/AIDS, and we have the National HIV/AIDS and STI policy. We're doing well to eliminate transmission of the disease from mother to child and also improving access to antiretrovirals for those suffering from the disease. But the comment here is that we need to ensure that prevention and control measures are pursued in a gender-sensitive manner. Sexual education, we have the comprehensive sexual education policy, and that the government is using education as a route to educate more children about the sexual education policy so we can achieve SDGs 5 and 4. Your comments on this cluster. Please, Nana, before I come to you, there are some people that I haven't heard their voices at all. So this round, my sister, you are 1. My sister, you are 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I haven't heard your voice, so I'll be going round like that so we can all say something. So Nana will start. Then the next set, I'll come this way. So please be ready.
Thank you. The small window that permits abortion. Earlier, we just heard or said that at age 16 years, you can have sex. at 16, and then there's a small window that permits abortion, are we saying you can have sex, but when there's pregnancy, don't abort? Someone can help me.
Okay, the window is that where it's as a result of incest, rape, defilement, it can be terminated. And where it's a danger to the health of the mother or there are abnormalities of the fetus, then it can be terminated.
So if we have health personnel here, at 16, can't sex endanger a girl's health? If there's a health personnel that can explain.
Okay, then I thank you for your question.
Pregnancy, can't pregnancy
endanger
at age 18 girls' health?
Okay, please give it to the gentleman. So that is a question for all of us to consider. I have number 1 here. Please come. This line will respond. Give us comments. It's almost lunchtime, so we'll finish probably with this round of thematic clusters, and then when we come back, we continue with the remaining 2.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, from the look of things, I would like to go back.
Okay. Please, can we hear him?
From the session we had before we came here. Yeah. My beef is on the Mohammedan's marriage. We have a lot of Muslims called Muhammad. Yes. Everywhere, Muhammad. And now, the act says Mohammedan's marriage. We Muslims, we don't worship Muhammad. Our religion is Islam. And Islamic religion is something which is worldwide. So when there's an act and it's being called Mohammedan's marriage, it's really a problem. When you go to the Zongo communities and so on, many of them complain about it. That is one thing. And the other is, most of the marriages that we know are really registered. The government knows about them. There are specific areas where it has been designated for marriages. Muslims are supposed to follow suit, but till today, nothing of this nature is happening. So we wish this should be placed on record so that at the moment, or at least the government does something about it. Because it's a real problem. That is why it is hindering a lot of Muslims from going into register. Where are they going to register? Where are they going to register? Because at least they don't know where they are going to register. They don't have registries. They don't have even the imams who are registered to assist them. So that is my...
Thank you very much. We could have a whole day's conversation on this one. But to say that this law, Cap 129, was made in 1904. Way before independence. So the white people who came used Mohammedans. So there is a movement towards making this law current, relevant, and useful. Unfortunately, that push comes and goes back. You know, we get advocacy going. WOLDAF has done a lot of work with all the different Muslim sects about this, have the registration book, train the imams, license them, but it kind of like goes then it comes back. So it's something that the Muslims will also have to pick up themselves. Yeah. So we'll take 2 more comments and we'll go for lunch and come and finish with the thematic clusters. Do I have a friend?
Hello.
Yes.
Mine is about sexual harassment. Most of the time when the girls are being harassed, what do they do about the boys? They do nothing about them. They don't do anything about that. That is what I want to know.
Okay. So somebody harasses. Sexual harassment could be male on male, female on female, male on male, and male on female, female. So it goes all around. Yes.
Yes. I will go to the Madam was talking about we shouldn't allow our children to be touched at schools. Some of them, maybe age 3, They might be in the nursery or something. I think in some of the nurseries, they have attendants who attend to them. You see, so I think it is the attendants who should always be attending to them. But when you get to a case that you tell them, don't let anybody touch, it sometimes brings confusion in the school. So I think we have to work on that one too.
Thank you very much. Is lunch ready? We'll take the last comment and we'll go for lunch and come and wrap up.
My issue is about surrogacy. Though we don't have laws
surrogacy.
On it. Yes.
Okay.
We don't have
Please,
laws
what
on
is surrogacy?
It has to do with a woman giving birth for another person, in a simple thing. And so we don't have laws on it in Ghana now. But then it is going on. So is it possible to add it to the document?
Thank you.
Okay, so Mother, please, is carrying for somebody?
Yes.
Yes, for another person.
I heard that when COVID hit, people's babies got stuck in Ghana. So, Gloria, lunch is ready. Okay. So lunch is downstairs. We'll have an about 45 to 1 hour lunch. We'll come back for another hour only. Then we'll finish with the thematic areas. Thank you very much and enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit. Hello? Welcome back from lunch. We want to continue quickly, so I'll seek your permission to run through the remaining thematic clusters, and then we can take a few comments because our next speaker is here. I've already eaten into her time. So as we did earlier on, before we went for lunch, the next thematic cluster is on economic, social, and cultural rights. And this covers Article 13 through 17. Article 13 is on economic and welfare rights, and the frameworks there include our Constitution, the Labor Act, and the National Gender Policy. We also have programs like the LEAP and the Ghana Investment Promotion Centers Act 2013. In terms of the situation in the country, we are looking at negative cultural practices that discriminate against women continues in our country. Women's productive roles are limited, and we have social protection policies in place to help vulnerable groups such as the LEAP provides. Article 15 is on right to food security. The frameworks there include the FASDEP 1 and 2, and MTSAIP, and the Planting for Food and Jobs. What the report does here is only outlines the purpose and the modules for planting for food and jobs. It doesn't give much of the context on food security in the country. When we move on to Article 16, Article 16 on right to adequate housing, reference is made to the Rent Act and the Rent Control Act. The context in the report is that the Constitution does not expressly provide a right to housing, that much as we have a Rent Act, the provisions in there are not followed by landlords. Article 17 looks at right to positive cultural context. Reference is made to the Constitution's Article 26, and the context provided is that the Constitution provides customary practices that are injurious to the mental health and of a person. Examples are the female genital mutilation, trochocy, and cruel widowhood rights, as we have discussed earlier. Still under economic and social rights, we have the right to healthy and sustainable environment. The report only mentions Vision 2020 and gives the situation in Ghana as that the responsibility to ensure that we have sustainable environment lies with the Forestry Commission, the Food and Agriculture Ministry, Roads and Transport, Finance, and the National Development Planning Committee. The report also mentions bilateral agreements between cities in Ghana and outside Ghana on development projects. The last part under economic and social right is the right to sustainable development, including the right to property, access to land, and credit. The report only mentions the National Gender and Children's Child Policy of 2004 and then Ghana Beyond Aid project. And in terms of the situational analysis, only expatiates on the National Gender and Child Policy and the Ghana Beyond Aid project. So this is the cluster on economic and social right. So let me go, please put down your comments, and let me go on to cluster 6, which is about peace. Article 10 is on right to peace. Reference is made to the National Peace Council, and the situational analysis only looks at the work of the National Peace Council, and that sometimes its voice is not heard on certain matters like what happened during the 2020 registration exercise and some of the violence that emerged. We didn't hear much about the Peace Council's role during that time. Then we go on to the next, Article 10.1 and 2E on women's participation in conflict prevention and management. Again, reference is made to the National Peace Council Act. And the situational analysis is that women play a key role in the prevention of conflict, and that when women are in top positions in institutions, there is less corruption and there is less conflict, but no evidence is provided. Reduction of military expenditure in favor of social spending is the next article. And the report only looks at a comparison of the budgetary allocation to the military from 2018 to 2022. And the situational analysis is just to say that the budgetary allocation to the Ministry of Defense has remained stable over the years, and that we have both male and females going on peacekeeping duties. So again, please put down your comments. I'll go on with the last two clusters. The cluster 7 is on protection of women in armed conflict. And Article 11 is looking at the protection of asylum seekers, refugees, and women who are displaced. And the reference here is to the refugee law. And the only analysis provided in the report is that the UNHCR works with the Department of Social Welfare, the Legal Aid Commission, and the police to support refugees at the various refugee camps. Article 11 is on protection, ensuring that no child, especially girls, take part in hostilities, and no child is recruited as a soldier. 1992 Constitution prohibits such acts, same with the Children's Act, but we don't have situations of children in armed conflict. We don't have that context in our country. So that is it for cluster 7 on peace and protection of women in armed conflict. The last cluster, which is also very short, is on rights of specially protected women, or specially protected women's groups. So the first one that the writer or the consultant alludes to is the rights of LGBTQI, that long title. And he says that the right of this group of people to hold themselves out as an association is presently not allowed under our laws. Articles 20 and 21 look at widows, including their inheritance right. As I said, it's context specific to Africa. The interstate succession law is mentioned. We've discussed the rights related to elderly women and with disabilities. The National Health Insurance Act and Persons with Disability Act are mentioned. And the report also provides, the last part is on women in distress. And we don't have any framework, legislative framework, or any context on women in distress. So these last 4 clusters look at economic, social, and cultural rights, right to peace, protection of women in armed conflict, and lastly, protection of specially protected women's groups like widows, women in distress, women with disabilities, and other such groups. So we'll take about 4 comments and then we'll wrap up this session. What more should we add? What is missing? Which areas can we enhance in this report? I think we should have done the chicken dance after lunch. Yes, sir. Where's the young man? The microphone is here.
Okay, permission to step back a bit. I'd like to respond to Nana's question about girls having sex at 16. There is no scientific evidence. I'm responding because I'm a public health consultant and specialize in sexual and reproductive health. So there's no scientific evidence that girls at the age of 16 have any problems, any anatomical or physiological problems having sex. But then there's Okay, I thought you talked about sexual intercourse.
Yes, now I asked if I am allowed at the age of 18 to have sex. And then 16, at 16 to have sex. And then it means that I can be pregnant at that age.
Yes.
So that age, when there's pregnancy and maybe you want to abort, then there's prohibition on the abortion.
Okay.
That's what I wanted to.
Okay, I'm not a legal person, so I'm not going to go there, but I thought I should let you know. But the problem is when, with early sex, it's associated with high rates of HIV. You know, early sex is associated with high HIV rate. And then in the same cluster, there's a mention of comprehensive sexual education.
Yes.
It's actually comprehensive sexuality education.
Okay.
And then I think the name has even changed now. In Ghana, UNFPA has documents called reproductive health education. So the name has also changed.
Okay.
And then still in the same cluster, there's sexual and reproductive health. I think that this should be segmented in a way to reflect different demographic groups. Okay, so that adolescents, handled differently from adults because the needs are a bit different. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Any other comments? Oh, please don't make me sad. There's a lady here, and there are people online, so talk in the mic.
Hello. I have 2 comments. I'd like to ask if it's possible to include the current Land Act.
Land Act?
Yes, the 2021.
Sure.
In the report. Also, I have seen this report by the government. It's called the Country Financing Roadmap for the SDGs. It was written in June 2021. And in the report, I'm just getting the page number for you, please. In the report on page 24, there's a table named Table 4. It shows the Government of Ghana's budget allocation to SDGs for 2019 and 2020. And under Goal 5, which is gender equality, you see in the report that in 2019, the government budgeted 0.6% to gender equality. And then in 2020, it went down. It went to 0.1%. So I would like to draw your attention to that.
Thank you very much. Bring it to the lady in front of me, Madam Sheila.
Thank you very much. I think when you were looking at the economic rights in terms of what Ghana is doing, I didn't hear a reference to, I think that is 24 of our constitution, which talks about equal work, equal pay for work of equal value.
Yeah.
So if you could add that, because it's something that people are also looking at, that the totality of women's income for maybe similar job is not the same as that of the man. Because usually, if a man is married, maybe his wife can enjoy some benefits. For a woman, it is most people don't want her husband to enjoy certain rights. And then I think when it comes to the total emoluments, like entertainment, allowance, etc., I hear that if you go into the details, in some places, it's like some women don't get the full benefits. I mean, it's something that is also worth looking at. We should mention that. Thanks.
It's interesting because I've also heard people say, oh, it's the same. Oh, yeah, we don't have any problems. Equal pay is the same. Any other comments? Thank you very much, Sheila. Any other comments? We'll do the chicken dance. Yes, ma'am.
For the women in distress, you mentioned there really isn't anything. That might be true, but also I think we should put in the report that they should pay particular attention to the Ghana National Action Plan, which is a framework that is supposed to cover women in distress under Pillar 4, relief and recovery.
Ghana National Action Plan on what?
On UNSCR 1325.
Okay, on 1325.
Yeah, that's the WPS.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Any final comments? All right. My final comment to this rather technical session on the Maputo Protocol is that ideally we should have done what Hillary was doing this morning by taking all of us through the provisions of the protocol, would understand it well before we come to look at the alternate report. It means that we need a lot of information to make the report richer, because some of the data is missing. Some of the laws mentioned, there are revisions to the law. Some policies have been revised. So there's a fair amount of work to be done. There is also available other reports on women, such as Beijing Plan 25 report that was done by NetRight. All these provide rich information for the alternate report. My last comment is that the network does not have to report on every provision, because sometimes you don't have sufficient information and the data and evidence to back that information. So it will be useful to prioritize which areas we want to draw attention of the Commission or the Special Rapporteur on Women to for their engagement with the government. Having said these, we look forward to WOLDAF working to improve the document and its onward submission to the Special Rapporteur on Women to the African Commission. Thank you very much. Oh, I haven't left yet, so now I'm going to wear the moderator hat. So we are going to take one critical area that has resonance with the CEDAW and also the Maputo Protocol. We talked about women's economic rights. We spoke about the rights women have at divorce, at separation, access to land, access to productive resources. And we have a session on the new Land Act. I'm glad my sister here mentioned the new Land Act of 2020. And we have Mrs. Sheila Minka-Premo, who is a lawyer, has been an advocate for many, many years. Was my teaching assistant long ago, so it tells you how old she is and how old I am. And so she is coming to share with us her views on the gender provisions of the Land Act, so that we can all go back to also spread the good news that we have a new Land Act and those things or those provisions that protect women and our access to productive resources. Sheila, you are most welcome. There's a microphone in here and then there's also the same.
So, Madam, this forward and backwards for your presentations.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Benes. Nananom, I presume there's a chairperson. Nananom, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all. I wasn't here in the morning, so I don't know what the protocols are, but I stand on all existing protocols. So I am thankful for the opportunity to participate in this program. I was a little surprised when I know they're going to look at CEDAW and AU reports, etc. So I was like, why a presentation on land? But I realized that it's relevant because it's relevant for all those reports. And this new law is there. If I go around the room and ask, how many people have actually seen the Land Act and read it? How many have seen it? You've all heard about it. Yes, but most of us don't have information about it. But land is such a key thing to all of us. And in all these reports, that initiative in having the current law in place is very important. So I realized that it was a good opportunity to be part of this and to make a presentation. So my responsibility, what I was asked to do, was to take you through the gender and spousal provisions of the Land Act. Benes tried to make me sound very old, but I'm not holding a stick yet. So I think that I am still on the road. Yes. We're getting there. So my presentation, I'll make a few introductory remarks, some background information, overview of gender and spousal provisions of the Land Act, a few issues to consider, and then I will conclude. So, like I said, I believe that I'm doing this presentation because I've had an opportunity to work. When the Land Act was being prepared, at that time I was doing some work at the Ministry of Lands. We're doing some research on customary law on land and family. So I had the chance to work on the working group that prepared the land bill. I sat with the people who did the drafting, etc. And then later on, at the same time, I think Netrites also decided to do some work on the land bill. They called it ensuring that what they call the JESI provision, gender and social and inclusive provisions are retained. So I also worked, let's say, as a Netrites consultant with Lower Ghana so I've had some information and some experience along the line in working on this land bill. So I always say that whenever you are sharing information on any law, it's good to give a little bit of background. It helps people to understand where you are coming from and why the emphasis is on some things. So we are aware that land plays a very major part in the livelihood of us Ghanaians, for people living both in urban and rural areas. If you don't have access to land, you can't see all those skyscrapers we are seeing in Accra and in many places now. And the laws relating to land governance in Ghana are plural in nature. That is, we have several sources of law when it comes to land. It's not just the state law. We have our individual, we have our various customary land areas, etc., etc. In our constitution, the constitution recognizes that when it comes to the sources of law in Ghana, yes, the constitution is the main law. Then we have, we also have acts passed by parliament, we have regulations, then we have what is known as the common law of Ghana. And then the common law of Ghana is described to include both what we receive from from England, the United Kingdom, as well as the customary law of the various communities in Ghana. So when you're looking at land law, it's a mixture of many of these things. So there are a lot of statutory as well as customary laws. So the government has parts of the land administration project introduced the Land Act, which has provisions which are gender and socially inclusive. And it didn't happen by accident. It was a deliberate, the donors who supported the government to come up with the law made it a requirement that the law to be passed should be gender and socially inclusive. And so there are provisions to ensure that vulnerable people's land rights are protected. And as I said, CSOs led by Netrites, and I know other CSOs, including WILDAF, were all involved in ensuring that the JC provisions which were put in were not taken out when the documents was processed through Parliament. So WILDAF is also taking a good look. Like I said, they were part of the network that was looking at ensuring that these provisions were kept, and are continuing the process in making sure that this law, which has come into effect, is also actually known by stakeholders as well, as part of a project they undertake, Advancing Women's Land Rights in Ghana. So somebody will ask, why was there a need for the Land Act in the first place? At a certain point, at the beginning of the LAP, the Land Administration Project, it was realized that there were so many laws dealing with land in Ghana, and people couldn't even keep track of it, some from before, Gold Coast times all the way, etc. So at a point, it was indicated that there were about 166 different laws dealing with land in Ghana, and there was a lot of confusion, lots and lots of cases in courts, which have, some of them are even older than some people in this room. There are cases that are in courts 30 years, sometimes even more, etc., etc. There's a story told of a lawyer whose child became a lawyer as well, and then there was a land case the man had been handling for a while. I think by a month, when the file was handed over to the son, he said that the case was over. And the father told him that you are such a fool. I paid your school fees through the same file, and you have gone and finished it off in 1 month. You have a problem. So he says, so it was realized that There was a need to consolidate and revise the laws on land with a view to harmonizing these laws to ensure what we call sustainable land administration and management in Ghana. And the grounding for the law too came out of a policy called the 1999 National Land Policy, which recommended that this as one of the key policy actions in the policy to address critical issues militating against effective land administration in Ghana. It was realized that land administration in Ghana was a big mess, and there was something needed to be done about it. So it was acknowledged from the onset that there was a need to ensure that whatever law came out was had gender issues relating to it. As I said, I mentioned LAP. LAP is the Land Administration Project, which was undertaken by the government of Ghana. It was supposed to be for a period of 15 to 25 years, which would lead to a lot of reforms. A lot of reforms have come out of LAP with the goal of stimulating economic development and reducing poverty and promoting social stability by improving security of land tenure, simplifying the processes for accessing land, and making it transparent and efficient. So phase 1 of the LAP was from 2003 and came to an end in 2011. They came up with some reforms of the Lands Commission. They also came up with a number of laws, which I'll mention, the Lands Commission Act and a few others. The phase 2 was from 2011 to 2017, and that is where the Land Acts came from. There was supposed to have been a continuation, phase 3, but the government decided not to go for it. The main funder for the LAP was the World Bank, but quite a number of other development partners jumped on board. DFID came on board. The Germans, GTZ was on board. They were interested in customary land administration, and through them, a lot of research was done to document some of the customary land rights. I think the Nordic Fund and quite a number of them. So like I said, it was up to phase 2 was completed, etc. And most of the things I'm going to talk about in the background are in the memorandum to the bill before it became the law. So it says that the object of the bill is to revise and consolidate the laws on land with a view to harmonizing these laws to ensure sustainable land administration and management, effective land tenure, and to provide for related matters. As I said, it was the bill is the outcome of reforms which were introduced in the land sector as a result of the land policy. It was noted in the memorandum that the overall legal regime for land administration in Ghana consisted of constitutional provisions. If you look at the constitution, there are some provisions dealing with land, quite a number of them. It also had policy instruments. I mentioned the Land Act, statutory enactments, the Lands Commission Act, so many other laws which were out there. There were a number of judicial decisions in Ghana. Also in the hierarchy of laws, under Article 11 of the Constitution, the decisions of the superior courts also forms part of the laws of Ghana. So if a decision is taken with regard to land on a particular principle, it became part of the laws of Ghana. So the judicial decisions were also there. Common law principles, leasehold interest, usufructory interest, these were all things that were inherited from our colonial masters. So those common law principles are still there. Then we have customary law and practices which have been enacted and developed or observed over the years to regulate land rights generally. As I said, the courts also have a lot of decisions which become part of the laws of Ghana, and several laws were identified. The Land Act, as we have it, Act 1036, is not the only law dealing with land in Ghana. There were other laws. As I said, under phase 1 of the land administration project, and even under phase 2, other laws came in. One of the laws is called the Lands Commission Act of 2008, Act 767. Previously, in the Registration of Land Act, etc., there was reference to things that the Lands Commission should do. They were different. The Land Valuation Board had something that it ruled it. We had all kinds of... the Lands Commission wasn't properly streamlined. There were different bodies. They had the main Lands Commission. We had the Public Invested Land Management section, which dealt with state lands. We had the Land Valuation Board at that time, which dealt with valuation of land. Then we have the Survey and Mapping. It used to be called Survey and Mapping section or whatever. They dealt with maps, etc. What the Lands Commission Act did was to bring them all together in a structured way. So now we have one big Lands Commission, and then there are 4 divisions under it. So Lands Commission, then we have the Public Investor Land Management Division, which deals with issues to do with state lands, as well as supervise stool lands. Okay, they are responsible for state lands as well as stool lands. Then we have the Land Valuation Division, which is the body which does valuation for land, etc. Then we have the Survey and Mapping Division, which is responsible for valuation. Have I mentioned all? PVLMD, SMD, whatever. Anyway, I've missed out on one. Survey and Mapping Division, Land Valuation, and PVLMD. And then the Main Lands Commission itself, as the main body. Then these are all under it. Yeah. So if you go to the regional level, you see lands commissions. Do you understand? And then they'll have the other officers working together. So, and it's kind of decentralized. Then we have the Administration of Stool Lands Act, which is already in place. The Constitution, if you look at Article 297 of the Constitution, one of the bodies that has been set up in the Constitution itself was this body known as Administration of Stool Lands. They are supposed to help to collect rents for stool lands. And then in Article 267, there's a formula for how that money is also shared. So OSL Act is still there. Under the Land Administration Project, they help them to come up with their legislative instruments, an LI under the Land Administration, under the OSL Act. And then we have the Land Use and Spatial Planning Act of 2016, Act 925. We used to have, remember, town and country planning. They were responsible for town and country planning, etc., etc. As part of the reform, they came up with a land use authority. And then, so this is the law that set it up. Under LAP also paid for this to be done, so that this time it's not just doing town and country, but actually spatial. Now, I mean, when it comes to, I don't know if you have traveled and you're entering some countries, you see everything well laid out. When you're coming to Ghana, even when you are flying over East Legon, everything is bazaar. So the land use, they are supposed to help so that spatially, things are also done better. I'm sure that maybe there's a land, somebody who is into land law, is land administrator here, they would know better about that. So that law also came out in 2016 under LAP. So these are all still there, and they are there together with the Lands Commission Act. As you can see, they're all playing certain roles. So like I said, these all came to help support land administration in Ghana. Then the bill seeks to consolidate the numerous legislation on land into one enactment so as to provide a comprehensive statement in respect of what is land law in Ghana. It will provide easy access to legislation on land and help remove the overlays and inconsistencies that are currently associated. That was at that time. If an investor comes in Ghana, wants to acquire land to build a factory, you know that some of the problems that individuals face, they also face. You go and buy big land for your factory. Soon as you start digging, some people will appear and say somebody else. Especially for our people in me, I'm remotely Ga. I'm an equipping person, but I'm also remotely Ga. So my Ga people, that is where the land is multiple sales all over the place. So this law, once it comes in, the idea is that to help to try to deal with all these things, because even the customary land administrators are also part of the law. So it also reflects international best practices and human rights norms. There are lots of human rights norms that have developed with regard to land over the years. So one of the things that we're looking out for was to ensure that Ghana complies. I'm sure you also heard there was a time when there has to be this carbon something. They call it carbon. People sell, countries which are overdeveloped. They are not green. They don't have natural this. So then they will come to countries like this, particularly when they came to Ghana in those days. They'll go to the north, go and acquire large tracts of land, okay, to grow crops that would enable them to have like carbon marks or whatever all over the place. So there was also concern about large land acquisitions. All these things were very, So one of the things, the environmental issues, etc. There's a real summit on sustainable development. It's one of the instruments, came out with some outlines about economic, environment, and land issues. The African Union's Declaration on Land Issues and Challenges, and then the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. There's a whole section also dealing with, there are some World Bank and UN conventions also dealing with land. Then there's the guidelines on responsible governance of tenure of land, fisheries and forests. Then there's the land governance assessment framework. These are all international instruments that Ghana needed to address things, and especially when it comes to large-scale land acquisition. Then there was also in our own constitution what we call the Directive Principles of State Policy, embodies most of the principles covered by the international policies and guidelines that have found expression also in the bill. And it was, these are all very important as this thing. Then in the memorandum of the bill, this is the key provision which is relevant to us in terms of our interest in gender and land. There's a provision in the Constitution, Article 22 of the Constitution, which indicates that Parliament was supposed to come up with a law to ensure equity when it comes to ownership of land between spouses. So this is a quote from the bill. It says that in pursuance of Article 22 of the 1992 Constitution and international best practice, the bill provides that property acquired for valuable consideration by spouses during marriage is presumed to be owned by the spouses as tenants in common, unless a contrary intention is expressed. So the bill also provides that property acquired in marriage is to be registered in the names of the spouses, unless a contrary intention is expressed. The bill further provides for the consent of the spouse in the disposition of such property. So Article 22 indicates that properties which are jointly acquired in the course of a marriage are to be equitably distributed or to be shared in case there's divorce. Then there's a provision in it which also says that spouses should make adequate provision for themselves when it comes to properties when they die, etc. So this bill took this particular clause as one of the key provisions. Like I said, some of us had made a few noises about, we had tried to come up with a property rights of spouses bill, which never saw light. It went to Parliament twice and it's been put under the carpet. But on the working group, there was a Supreme Court judge, Justice Broby, who was there on the working group, and he said, since decisions have been made by the Supreme Court on property rights of spouses pushing for this particular bill, there's a need to reflect it in the law. At that table, I couldn't talk much because they know that some of us have been talking about this property rights of spouses bill. But usually, when a male voice takes on the issue and talks about it, there was very little question. So anytime they did consultations and I went along, when it comes to property rights of spouses, it was Justice Broby who would defend it. So I'm not surprised that it was retained in the law. Then it says that these provisions mainly reflect recent decisions of the Supreme Court, including a case called Boafo, Mensah and Mensah, Kwatson, Arthur, and a number of them. There have been a few other negative Supreme Court cases, one called AJ and AJ. All these cases, especially with Mensah and Mensah, where the court says that equity is equality, where you can establish that the spouses work together to acquire property. Then in case the marriage comes apart, they said that equity was equality. They gave the woman 50%. It was a case in which the woman had struggled with the man. She was selling everything, gari, palm oil, whilst the man was a clerk working in one of the ministries. She would go and bring things from the village, sell on credits, collect, etc., etc. They acquired 7 houses out of the enterprise. She was illiterate, but hardworking. So all these properties the man acquired, he acquired it in his name. Then after money came, of course, she wasn't beautiful anymore for him. He wanted somebody else. So the thing went to court. At the High Court, she was able to bring people to show evidence. This woman, she used to bring, things to sell to us. They even went, apart from the foodstuffs she was selling, they opened a small, like a credit shop at the ministries, also giving electronic appliances, giving some credit, etc. The man said all the properties belong to him because they are in his name. She brought people who she was selling things to come and establish that she was actually the one traveling up and down to bring the things and sell, etc. So the court said she was a co-owner and she was entitled to half. The man appealed to the Court of Appeal. Court of Appeal decision became a little bizarre. So the woman went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said yes. She had established at the High Court that she actually contributed, and based on this Article 22 provision, equity is equality, and they gave her 50%, said the properties should be shared in half. The Supreme Court hasn't followed it all the time. I mean, whilst they said equity is equality, there are some cases where the court will still look at what actual contribution was the woman making. If it is established wasn't doing much, she only gets a small portion, etc. So that's why some of us have been pushing that we needed a law to make it very clear and to make this law stand, that once you are married, there's a presumption that you own the property. So fortunately for us, even though the Property Rights of Spouses Bill hasn't passed, a lot of the provisions were picked and put into this one. So there's a presumption in there. These are all, we're all in the memo to the bill. One of the things the law also did was to clarify some of the doubtful issues when it comes to land law. There's been a source of doubt in the interpretation of land legislation. So new concepts like the customary land secretariat. So that was a new concept. As part of the land administration project, it was realized that the problems with land tenure starts right from the grassroots. Many people are selling land without documentation, even to today. Nowadays, where you even have, people can actually come to see you, they bought land, ask them, where's your site plan, where's your deed? Because our law says that if you have an interest in land which is not registered, you have nothing, So they piloted a number of customary land secretariats where they got the customary land owners to open an office, make sure that there was a site plan for everybody who's buying land, help people with putting their agreements and things together. So one of the things that this law did is to sort of formalize it, make sure that it's all over the country. Initially, they started off with the still land owning areas, but they also rolled it up to the family land owned areas as well. So those were some of the differentiations. Then there's this thing, we've indicated a need for constitutional amendments. One of the things this law does, you remember I mentioned the Office of Administrator of Stool Lands. It was set up by the Constitution, and they were supposed to collect stool land rents from farmers, from landowners, etc. Give a portion to the stool, and then share some. District Assembly gets a little bit, traditional authorities or that. So this law tried to go beyond stool lands to also family and clan-owned lands, and said that they too should also fall in. People raised arguments and said that because the OSL was set up primarily to collect stool lands, there would be a need for a constitutional amendment before it can be stretched to those who own, clan lands and family lands areas. So it's something that has been pegged. But they found other provisions in the Constitution which says that if you are holding something in trust for people, it's not your own. Do you understand? So based on it, the scholars there indicated that they can still put the provisions in, whilst as a long-term measure, they'll push for constitutional provisions and constitutional amendment to ensure that they also fall into the fiduciary thing. Because you can't be regulating one part of the landowners, then another part in there. So that's some of the background, and it's very helpful. It helps you to see some of the innovations that came with the law. Now we'll take a look at the law. So I will give an overview of the law. So the Land Act, it's a very big law. It has 283 clauses arranged under 3 parts. It looks at land interests. Oh, sorry, I should have spoken about the law is called the Land Act. Every law has a short title and a long title. Okay? The long title of the law says it's an act to review and consolidate the laws on land to ensure sustainable land administration and management, effective and efficient land tenure, and to provide for related purposes. That is the long title of the bill. Every law, when you get a law, you will see the short title and then the long title. So the law itself, that is how it is there. As I said, it's received presidential accent on the 23rd of December 2020. So I'll highlight a few key concepts in the provisions of the Land Act, particularly emphasizing those that deal with gender equality and spousal property rights, but also trying to let you understand a bit about what the law is about. As I said, it's divided into 3 parts. Part 1 deals with interest in land, and that's from sections 1 to 12. Part 2 deals with land administration and land management, sections 13 to 276. So that's the meat of a lot of the provisions in there. Then we have the part 3, which is offenses and miscellaneous provisions. It also has 6 schedules. So part 1 looks at interest in land. Okay, gives you the general principle. So under this law, it says that the land interests which are recognized in Ghana are 1, something that we call the allodial interest. That's overall interest. We'll see the definition later. 2, we have the common law freehold. 3, we have the customary law freehold. 3, the usufructuary interest. And then we have the 5, we have the leasehold interest. Then we have customary tenancy. These are the key types of land interests which are recognized in the Land Act and in Ghana. Now take a look. So the allodial interest is the highest or ultimate interest in land in a particular area. So let's say if you go to Labadi, they have how they became the ultimate owners. If you go to Ashanti, they also have this thing. And it says that it is usually held by a stool or skin. You know, in some parts of Ghana, the northern parts, what we call the stool in the southern parts, they call them skin. So stool and skin is the same thing. Then we have clan lands, we have family land, as well as individual. And they said that when it comes to the allodial title, who the allodial ultimate owner of land is, it was mainly acquired through conquest, pioneer discovery, settlement, gift, purchase, or agreement. So the various ways in which people became the ultimate owners of land is that usually the stool and skins, from the history, what I heard, I did some research with the National House of Chiefs on customary land and found out that they said that in many of the areas where they found land, it's like, those days in the beginning there was a lot of war. So whoever led the war to conquer a particular plot of land, they become like the paramountcy. And then they have other people helping them, etc. So they become like the Asasira, or that is it, land matcher, etc. Various ways in there. Then we have what we call the customary law freehold. So here, the customary freehold is it just involves lands which arises from a transaction under customary law, and it is also an absolute own interest in land which is not subject to any proprietary obligations, but are subject to jurisdictional and cultural rights of a stool or skin, or which holds the allodial owner. So a particular piece of land, like what they also tell you is that the chief didn't fight alone. There were people helping and supporting them. So usually then they would say, so this particular family or clan, you are in charge. That's the places which is stool land, for instance. It's easier to explain with that. You are the one, you are sitting on this land for me, etc. In some of the things I learned was that usually one of the ways in which you acknowledge that, yes, you are there in that land forever. Nobody will remove you, but you have an overlord who is the allodial owner. So if you find an animal or whatever it is, then they say that the leg, they say, that is the thigh belongs to the allodial owner. Do you understand? So you're not supposed to go every year to go and pay anything to it, but if you find certain things, unfortunately, most of those animals are almost gone. So, but when you go to the houses of chiefs and they are telling you these things, they tell you that there are still principles that they know. Again, it's acquired when a person or group of persons, where the law permits, purchase land outright from the stool, skin, or family which holds the allodial owner, which owns the allodial. So there are some people who also acquired it fully in the olden days. Several ways in which they acquire, either through debt, sometimes somebody owes, and then they'll say they're going to pledge with the land, the money never gets paid, then the land becomes the owner of the one who lends the land. Several ways in which they acquired it. Then we also have, so they said this type of interest is inheritable. So it goes from one generation to the other, particularly for a particular family or clan, etc. So it says that the acquisition of customary freeholds in respect of stool or skin lands, it has been, the 1969 Constitution stopped it. Do you understand? It used to be there until 1969, where the Constitution said that thing should stop. But those who already had that freehold interest, I have a client who has a lot of freehold interest, which she got from her father. If you go to Latebia Okoshi, there are like 2 streets. The father bought large tract of land and built, When the father died, she was the missus's only child. The father left her over 20 houses. So there are 2 streets at Latebia Okoshi where they have freehold interest. So she can sell it to anybody she likes, pass it on. No chief comes to ask her for anything. It is absolutely hers, like that. Then we have the common law freehold. So a common law freehold arises from a transaction to which the rules of law, generally known as the common law, are applicable. It's also of perpetual. So there are people who decide that they want to buy the interest of maybe a customary freehold owner or even an allodial owner. There was a time when the chiefs and things were selling land outright, interest in land outright. Okay, so the people who bought it through freehold agreements, etc., became the ultimate owners. Then we have the usufructory interest. So usually, if somebody is either the ultimate owner of land or is a customary freehold owner, their family members can enjoy the land. They can farm, they can do things, etc., etc. But let's say if there's a road going over through the land which will affect the ultimate owner's interest, then the ultimate owner would come in. So usufruct, they call it user rights. You're a member of the family of those who, family starts with one person. They populate and then they grow. So those people are able to enjoy the land. Then we have leasehold interest. I'm sure that is very common. You have a lease, certain number of years, 50 years, etc., etc. There are many rights in relation to it. Then we have various customary tenancies. In Ghana, there are several customary tenancies. I'm sure you've heard of Ebunu, Ebusa, Ebunu. I own the land, you come and farm on it. When the farm is ready, we share it into two. You take half the crops. There are different versions of it. With us, the input, the money that will be used to buy the tools and the crops and the rest, etc. There are different types. They have different names all over the country and different types of ways in which these exist. And then there are various incidents with regard to all these things. There are rights and responsibilities with regard to them. Then, stool and skin lands. It says that a stool or skin, clan or family land shall vest in appropriate stool or skin the land. I cannot will the land to my family members because you are there, you are holding it in trust. If it is also clan land, the Tendana land or whatever it is, whilst you are in charge, sitting on that seat, you are in charge. When you finish, somebody else will come and take over. So they are saying that whether it is stool, skin, family, or whatever, whoever is the overall boss, or whatever, you are there whilst you have the position. Once you die, somebody else will step into your shoes. So the law says that you are holding fiduciary. It is not yours. It is you are holding it in trust for the people who are of your town or of your paramountcy. So the paramount chief is holding it in trust for the whole of the paramountcy. That's what they try to make. Then there are provisions or restrictions of land by a non-Ghanaian. So in the constitution itself, there's a constitutional provision which is reflected. If you're a non-Ghanaian, you can't hold more than 50-year interests in land. Okay? And some of the non-Ghanaians were going around, but they will set up, especially my friends, the Chinese. I have a few Chinese clients. They will set up a company. They like freehold. They don't like leasehold interest. But then the investment law, they've now changed things and said, if a foreigner has more than 40% interest in that company, then it is still treated as a non-Ghanaian thing, in there. But people find ways and means around these things all the time, but it's there. Then we have, this is a key provision. When we are looking at the provisions dealing with gender and social inclusion in the law, this is a key primary provision. So clause 11 or section 11, it prohibits discrimination, so prohibition of discriminatory practice. And it says that a decision or practice in respect of land under customary tenure, whether the land is individually or communally held, shall be in accordance with the customs, traditions, and practices of community concerned. But a decision or practice which discriminates on grounds of place of origin, gender, race, color, religion, creed, or ethnic origin, or social or economic status, in contravention of Article 17 of the Constitution, is void. That means I cannot discriminate on the basis of gender when it comes to, in some research I did with the National House of Chiefs, there are parts of Ghana where if you're a woman, you may have your money that you want to buy the land. If you are not led by a man, they will not give you the land. Yes, it has to be a man who will lead you in there. So all these practices, or they will say, so basically this is, so apart from the part of the law which says that a non-Ghanaian cannot acquire beyond 50 years in land, any other attempt to discriminate against a person, it is prohibition. But there was a I guess the people, especially, I keep using my people in Accra. Like I said, my grandmother is partly Usu, so when I mention Accra, don't be too worried. There are some who say, they say what their foreigners are coming and taking all their land. So there was an old lady who was a client of the senior lawyer I used to work with, and she says she wanted to sell her house, an old house. She said she would never sell it to anybody who is not a Gan, because people, the foreigners, the Akan people have come and taken over all their lands. But in this day and age, she couldn't have done that. She was very clear. People were interested in the land. She will make investigations. Where do you come from? If you're not a Gan, she said she was not selling to you. I guess she was an old lady who was being cranky, but that was her thing. Yes, I mean, if you go to Asalam Down, all the land is owned by the Kwahu people. Asalam Down is Kwahu people. And then there's some places where you see people from different, whatever. But the laws, this new law says you cannot do that. Ghana is Ghana. The land area we have all agreed on is Ghana. Should be Ghana. We should all have a right. And then for us, the key thing is that there should be no discrimination on the basis of gender. Then clause 12 provides for protection of land and prohibits the use of land guards, and it makes the use of land guards a criminal offense, okay, and provides severe sanctions, etc. The thing about Ghana is that the laws are there, they are beautiful, they are nice. Who enforces it? That is the biggest, enforcement is a big problem, but yes. Then part 2, as I said, is the longest part. It consists of almost over 100 provisions, okay? Clause, I was asked, apart from looking at gender, the terms of reference I was given said I should look at some of the new provisions, just so you get to know a little bit about it. In the memorandum to the bill, then I mentioned the customary land secretariats that are to be set up as the lowest in terms of land management. So clauses 13 to 19 provides for customary land management. It provides for the management of clan and family lands in the same manner as two skin lands, etc. When the law was being prepared, it was indicated that this one would be found to be unconstitutional. But they said that it is fiduciary. So fiduciary is a provision, whatever. In that committee that was working, there were Supreme Court judges, there were university professors, etc. But that's what they put in there. Then some of the clauses provide for the establishment of customary land secretariats, their function, structure, and then the powers, and funding of the customary land secretariats. Under LAP, they were they were fed, they were given computers, they were helped them with setting up their offices, etc., etc. But there was a sustainability plan that was made, which is that they should be able to charge small fees to enable them to be functional, pay their staff, pay their this. And so what they said was that the customary land owners should make an office available, and then get 1 or 2 people who can help them, and then charge small fees to enable them to be sustainable. And then they are supposed to record land transactions, settle land disputes, etc., etc. And the Land Commission Office Administrator of 2 lands are required to provide assistance to them so that they will be in a position to link people up with the processes for registering land. Then 16.1 provides that a customary land secretariat may determine and appoint its required staff on merit in accordance with best human resource management practice, as well as gender considerations. So don't make it all a macho field. The tendency is, especially creating small offices at the community, usually I think if you don't take care, it will usually be men and women not be given opportunity to serve. So they are very clear that as much as possible, they should give gender considerations and make sure that people of both gender are represented there, okay? And so they're supposed to have a head and other staff necessary for effective management. And then it says that clause 19 makes provision for the creation of reserve areas for common use in communities. And then deals with, this whole part deals with survey, deals with, so 23 to 28 deals with demarcation and survey, 29 to 39 deals with valuation of land. Then 32 to 79 is important to us because it deals with the transfer of interest and rights in land. And it has some provisions dealing with gender and spousal rights. So it indicates that a holder of an interest or right over land may buy an instrument. Generally, you can, if you have any interest in land, you can pass on an interest. Either if you have a 50-year interest, you can pass on the whole of the 50 or part of it, etc., etc., etc. Okay? You can also give it as a gift without money consideration to maybe your children or people that you love, etc. And then 33 indicates that a conveyance, the word conveyance, that's the paperwork that we do to transfer interest in land. Okay? It should be prepared by a legal practitioner in terms of legal profession, in accordance with the Legal Profession Act. This particular clause was also debated a lot because the surveyors thought that they are also trained in land, or the land economists, etc. But they told them that under our law, a lawyer has to prepare a legal document. Before a lawyer prepares it, they make sure that they do all the searches. They make sure that they do all the things. Do you understand? And advise you. I have a young lady who says she's acquired. And then she brought a document. And I said, well, for us lawyers, the first thing we do is to do a search. We did a search. They said the whole of that land was acquired for Wager Waterworks. So I told her, she said, oh, the chief says it doesn't matter. He's giving the land, etc. Incidentally, so, and I told her that I will not put my reputation at stake for her in doing any document. This is like an in-law of mine. I just said, she said, oh, they've started building, nobody's worrying them, etc. In the middle of me trying to advise her, because I had to do a search, I should go and come. That whole place got flooded. So she came once and I said, I saw in the news that some place, they mentioned Ashalaja, a farmer. Is it part of, getting there, the water is around there, but whatever. And I said, well, they said that it is wager land, EI. So there's no way, even if you do the paper, there's no way you can register it. And in our law, if you have an interest in land, paper, and you cannot register it, it's useless. She said, whoa, the chief has promised her that they were trying to get, sometimes especially my people again in the Accra area, there's a clause, Article 20 of the Constitution says that if land is acquired for a state, for a public purpose, and is not utilized, it can be given out. And when it's being given out, the original owners have a right of first refusal. So some of Wager, we all know where the water is, right? And I don't know, I haven't been to Afuama, I haven't been to Ashalaja, but I'm sure it's quite far from there. But they know that it's a catchment area. So when they acquire the land for Wager, the Wager Waterworks, they left a large plot of land around it, which people are building up. So the chiefs decided that, look, the water itself is far away, and we are here. But the rainfall indicated that those who actually took the land had wisdom in making sure that they took a larger plot, etc., etc. So there are still problems, even up to today, So the bottom line of that story is that she said the chief gave her a sample indenture. I should just copy it for her. But I said, I will not put my name at the back of it, because I'll be spoiling my reputation if I put my name there for her. Then it says that it deals with the modes of transfer, and then it indicates that the one who is transferring, transferor, and transferee, the one who is transferring, the one who is benefiting from the transfer, all of them have to prepare an agreement. That's what we call the conveyance. There are different types of conveyance. The deed of assignment, depending on the nature of the interest you have deed of assignment, sublease, lease, etc., etc., etc. Then clause 37 says that even customary transactions have to be recorded. Okay? For customary transactions, people will say, there's no lawyer here in this area. Do you understand? So in this new Land Act, they've designed a simple form by which even oral transactions in land are supposed to be recorded. It is in the schedule at the back. So an oral grant of an interest in land and a customary law may be recorded as specified in the first schedule or near as possible. So every transaction in land has to be recorded. And this is where the CLS, Customary Land Secretariats in the communities, can help people. So then 38 is very relevant when it comes to gender and spousal rights and their interests. It talks about the parties to a conveyance. So it starts off in saying that in every conveyance of an interest in land, the expression used to denote the parties to the conveyance shall be deemed to include their heirs, successors, personal representatives, and assigns. You don't want to do the transaction with the person you are facing today. So the law says that if I've given you a lease for 20 years, it implies that in case, God forbid, I die today, you will still enjoy that. So it will bind the people who come after me, the one who inherits my interest in the land, until you've enjoyed the full rights I've given you. Cannot do anything. Or your successors, etc., etc. Now, this is a key clause, subclause 3. It says that in a conveyance of property for valuable consideration, of an interest in land to a spouse during marriage, the spouses shall be stated to be parties to the conveyance unless a contrary intention is expressed in the conveyance. Meaning that if somebody is buying land and the person is married, the assumption is that that property belongs to both the person and the person's spouse. Okay? The problem we raise, which they never looked at, is, so what if the man has 4 wives and he's going to buy the land? That question was left hanging. For me, the impact of polygyny has a certain implications for how this law will work. There's actually a form by which you are supposed to record the transaction, and it asks whether you are married or not, the name of your spouse, etc., etc. So if the person has 4, and the form is a very simple form. So if the person has 4 wives, what's going to happen? For me, that's a big question. Unless, of course, he makes sure that he's buying land for like wife 1, wife 2, wife 3. What we did in the Property Rights of Spouses Bill that we drafted was to make provision for people in polygamous marriages, which is not reflected here. In that law, what we said was that, because we know polygamy is part of the laws in this country, we have 3 different laws on which you can marry. Customary law, no limits to the number of women a man can marry. Under the Islamic law, you can marry and register up to 4. It's only the Christian and other marriages that the person can only marry 1. So what we said was that if a person is married under, let's say he has 2 wives at the time he's buying property, that property will belong to that person and the 2 wives. Okay? If wife 3 comes in later, she will not be part of the land that was bought first, but another land which include where the person is around, but they didn't. We showed it to them, but they were not interested. So issues about equity, yes, the spouses, but because we only do polygyny in Ghana, polygamy can be multiple women or multiple men. In Ghana, we have polygyny, which is multiple women. A man can have multiple women. The other one is called polyandry. I hear it applies in some places where women can marry multiple. But it is also in the one I heard about is here in Tibet. They somehow, by their population ratio, they give birth to more men than women. So when the older brother marries, that woman is shared by all the brothers. So the child is a child of the marriage. You say, hey, because in Ghana we have plenty of women, so that's another issue in there. We have polygyny. Our law does not allow women to marry multiple in there. Then 8.4 says that where contrary to subsection 3, a conveyance is made to only one spouse, that spouse shall be presumed to be holding the land or interest in land in trust for the spouses, unless a contrary intention is expressed in the conveyance. So if you try to hide it, somehow, I always tell people, when people meet, you go to a wedding, they are the happiest people in the world. Within a short while, they become almost like, and then people try to hide everything because lack of trust comes in, and etc., etc. So if you try to hide it, then there's a presumption in case of divorce or something, then if it was acquired in the course of the marriage for valuable consideration. So this does not, the word is valuable consideration. If it is a gift, the person received a gift from somebody, from a parent or something, it doesn't apply. Remember I said for valuable consideration. So if you hide it, it can come up in a matrimonial matter and the person will get a share. Then there's a clause on unconscionability, which also says that the court may set aside or modify an agreement to convey or conveyance of an interest in land on the grounds of unconscionability where it is satisfied after consideration of all the circumstances, including the bargaining conduct of the parties, their relative bargaining positions, value to each party of the agreement reached, and evidence as to the commercial setting. That means that, the court will look at all the circumstances, okay? And if they find out that one person had power, remember in the clause 38, it says that unless there's an agreement to the contrary, meaning that the person can tell you, I'm buying this land, but this land is for me alone because whatever reasons. Do you understand? And somebody may sign on to it. My time is up. Okay. Then let me just show you the provisions. Then restrictions on transfer of land by spouse. This section also prohibits the transfer of land or interest in land acquired for valuable consideration during marriage without the written consent of the other spouse, unless a contrary intention is expressed. So this reads that, except as provided in subsection 3 and 4 for valuable consideration during marriage, sell, exchange, transfer, mortgage, or lease the land, right or interest in land, without the written or enter into a contract for that one as well. Then there are 2 to 4 o'clock. So I thought I had more time. Stephanie, you were giving me the time sheet, but in the program I was giving 2 to 4. So I thought I had more time. No problem. I'll shorten it and then we can look at it in there. Yes. So we have 97. An application for registration of land or an interest in land acquired for valuable consideration during marriage shall state the spouses in the marriage as the applicant. That is for the two of you. Okay. Then when it comes to land certificates, the law also allows multiple land certificates to be given for the same piece of land. So it says that where a certificate in respect of land or an interest in land is acquired for valuable consideration during marriage, the certificate shall bear the names of the spouses in the marriage. And it says that where only one spouse is stated in the certificate as the proprietor of the land referred to, that spouse shall be presumed to be holding the land as interest in land on behalf of that spouse and in trust for the other spouse. Okay? So there are provisions about that. Then there are offenses in doing the wrong things, etc., etc. The law allows the minister to come up with regulations. It's not been done yet. Then it repeals a lot of old existing laws. There are a number of schedules to the law. One of them is Form 2, which is the application for first registration. Among others, the applicant is supposed to indicate if the person is married, single, or divorced. And it also requires the full name of the spouse. So there's a form at the back of the law which is supposed to, you're supposed to fill out and indicate whether you were married or not. So a few issues to consider. As I said, the implications of polygyny on the spousal property rights provisions. Then the LI, the legislative instrument, has still not come out. Then there's a need for education to enable people to know about the law and how to access it. Otherwise, it's a beautiful big law. People will not be able to access it. And then how to ensure compliance by customary landowners. That also remains to be a challenge. And that is linked up with education, sensitization. People need to know about the law so they can access it. So in conclusion, I've given you highlights of this it's one of the most comprehensive laws that we have. And it is up to all of us to also sensitize women on their rights under this law and to assist them. I'm hoping that WILDAF will be in a position to maybe summarize the law with the provisions on gender alone and relevant parts so that it is be distributed to give women easy access to it. Like I said, the Land Commission is still putting steps in place to ensure that all the provisions of the law are actualized. So as CSOs, we need to do more to educate ourselves, and I must commend WILDAF once again for taking this initiative, at least to get us to get a little taste of what the law is about. It's very comprehensive, and it will take us more than a day to go through it. Thank you very much.
Wow. When I was sitting at the back, I was remembering the lands I own and whose names appeared on them. And also checking in my head which ones my husband owns and whose name. So really, all that I have is now joint property. So I have to get that into my head, that there's nothing like my separate property. I'm sure you're all thinking about what the status of your own lands are. Thank you very much, Sheila, for giving us those explanations to this big act. We'll take 3 questions, and then our next presentation will come on. 3 questions. Yes, Nana? Where is the other microphone? Here, to Nana, the Queen Mother. Hello, can I have the Queen Mother speak first, please?
Thank you very much. Please, I want to know, talking about land, is there any limited or restrictions to say, let's say there's divorce and then properties are shared, and then 10, 20 years later, I realize that my husband hit a particular, let's say, a land that I do not know about. Is there any age limit that I cannot come back to court to ask for my share? And then again, spouse, let's say the man is married to another woman, but this woman lives somewhere else, and then the man is living with another woman, or the one wife. Then let's say a second wife is living somewhere. So I go through all the struggle in Accra here and then we acquire property. The woman and her children, do they have share in this property that we have acquired in Accra, whilst she and her children are living in Tamale? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll take, Sheila, do you want to respond? Then we can move on. Okay, let's take another one. There's a lady behind you, then we'll come to our sister here.
Hello, madam. Please, I need a clarification. I think when you were
Please direct your question to me. I'm moderating.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please, with the acquisition of land, I think the new act has added compulsory acquisition to the. That's a different section altogether. Okay.
Okay. Then we'll take a question from our sister here, from Crossroads. The lady wearing blue in front, yes.
Thank you, Madam Sheila. So I was also pondering and asking Patricia, like Bernice was reflecting, and asking myself, so now if you are married after some time. My question is, assuming in the process of the marriage I acquire a property, but the property is in the name of our children, and anything happens, does my spouse have a stake in that property that I have, because I've given it, it was in the name of the kids? Does he still have any
Good question. Good question. I know many cases like that. Yes, Sheila.
Hello. Thank you very much for the feedback. In terms of, when it comes to legal rights, when you have a legal right, there's a law called the Limitations Act, which says that if you have a certain right, you should try and enforce it within a certain period. Okay? So for normal contracts and things, it's 6 years. For land, it is 12 years. So it all depends on the circumstances. Okay? And so if you finish your divorce case or whatever, and then so many years later, 20 years after, it will be difficult. The Limitations Act has something. If somebody, the person has been occupying, he's been using that land by himself. But anyway, so it depends on the circumstances and what you can be able to establish the court. You didn't have any knowledge at all. And then, so if a man recently, I think on Joy, I don't know whether you heard the story about a man who pretended to be an army officer, and he had the nerve, went all the way to Bema Camp to go and board the plane, and they got him. And then they found out that he had 2 different wives in 2 different places who didn't know each other. So on Joy, they kept discussing that. First of all, the man was brave enough to go, and he said he was a colonel. Can you imagine? So I think when they questioned him, they realized that he was I'm sure what they did to him before he even went to whatever. Then when they took him to a police station, I hear one wife came, and then another. Anyway, sorry. So it is possible. A lot depends on the type. Okay, so let's say, if a woman, you've acquired the property, so let's say, first of all, you have to know the nature of the marriage you have with your husband. If the marriage to you is an ordinance marriage, any woman he purports to marry outside that marriage is not a proper marriage. Okay, but let's say customary law, he's married both of you under customary law. You don't know where each of you is. It is between you and the husband, not between the 2 women. Do you understand? So let's say wife A acquires property. Okay, it is her relationship. It is the husband may have an interest in it, okay, but not necessarily, not the other woman. She's not part of your union. Do you get the point? It is the man acquires property. Well, then both of you have an interest in it. If you are both proper customary marriages or whatever, then both of you have an interest in it. And you know, our court is what they call also a court of equity. If, let's say, there's a problem, one woman is trying to get out, finds out there's also another woman in there who also may have an interest, that person will have to also show the interest that they have. And then the court, so maybe you may not end up with, instead of maybe ended up with 50%, you may end up with 25 or something. It's how the courts will interpret it. It's a bit complicated in there. Then on there, like I said, we just teased a little bit of the law. There's a whole section dealing with compulsory acquisition, because our constitution itself allows compulsory acquisition when certain steps are taken. So the steps to be taken have been allowed. It used to be in the, there was a Lands Act, a previous Lands Act. It's reflected here. So there's a section dealing with compulsory acquisition and the processes to be taken and compensation, etc. Then my sister here asked about if you buy land in the name of your children, then you're holding it is for the children. None of you have an interest in it anymore. Okay? So if it is for your children, I mean, you bought it, if they are infants, you're holding it in trust for them. It is for them. When they reach the age of majority, all you have to do is to transfer it to them. The other spouse, none of the two spouses will have an interest in it. So sometimes it's a safe way in which people are able to deal with issues to do with land. You know, put it in the name of the children, and then you are, both of you are safe, and the children are also taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please, let's clap for. Thank you very, very, very much. Thank you. We've all been enlightened on the Lands Act, so we can now confidently go and read it to get a lot more information. Thank you once again. We'll have our last session, which should have happened in the afternoon before lunch. It's a session that looks at the reporting process for CEDAW from the NGO angle. Hillary had talked to us about reporting from the state's angle. Now we'll have the perspectives from the NGO angle. And to do that is Ifwa Brown-Ayson, a lawyer, a colleague, a friend, the current chairperson of the National Executive Committee of Voldav Ghana. Ifwa, you are most welcome.
Good afternoon. Nananom ni mename. I always mix them, but all protocols observed. Mrs. Apalu and all our senior colleagues here welcome. I was supposed to be here this morning to deliver the welcome address, but some competing engagements didn't make it available. And I know we are all tired, so I promise you we'll leave here in a short time. The good thing is that my presentation is on processes, it's not on laws. So some are nodding vigorously. So we are all on course, we'll finish early. So we are looking at the CEDAW reporting processes, NGO shadow reports. So what's the purpose? I understand Hillary took you through the CEDAW process. So I'm not really touching the main CEDAW reporting process, but on the shadow reporting process. Is that okay? So the CEDAW convention is primarily enforced through the reporting process, and this makes governments accountable to us and the international community. And for the shadow reports, it gives us a more comprehensive view, because most of the time the government would have its own nice embellished, sometimes true, sometimes a bit embellished reports to show to the international world. But most of the time, or in the past, what we've realized is that we always see gaps. And that's why the shadow report comes in for the international community to have a better view of what is actually happening on the ground. And the importance of doing this is that this is the only way these international laws are enforced. It's not like the national laws where you can just arrest somebody and take them to courts. So these are where, because for CEDAW, it's the government of Ghana that, through the international engagements, agreed to ratify the law, which was later ratified by Parliament and all that. So it's just holding the government accountable to the promises they have made. So the shadow report is generally a formal review of the state report. So we cannot do a shadow report without a state report. It's simply impossible. And it's prepared by a coalition of civil society organizations. And that's why we are all here. The good thing is that WILDAF is a network, so it's easy to fall on the network first, then reach out to other organizations, as we are also members of other coalitions and networks. And once submitted, the shadow report becomes part of the official record of the report of the state submitted. So it's not like the shadow report is given any less priority. It's actually most of the time what is even used by the committee experts to question or make demands on the person. The person most of the time is the gender minister who would be making the report for the state. The evidence and assessment presented in the shadow report is given as much consideration. This is what I just said. So the report should be well documented. It's not something that should be rushed into. It should be well documented, because if we want the necessary effects, which is to exert pressure on governments, then it should be well documented. And how can it be well documented? If the information in is credible, accurate, and reliable. So it's not like we use hearsay information. We use accurate. I have to even move closer. But what are some of the documents and evidence to be used? Disaggregated statistics, academic research, laws, provisions in national and local laws and regulation, cases. And when Bernice was given her presentation, she referred to some cases. When Sheila was also given the presentation, she also referred to some cases. And all these are relevant in the development of the reports. So, as I said, this is the basis of our reports, the government reports. Without the government reports, we can't shadow any reports. So NGOs may choose information only on a selected, on some articles of the CEDAW or all of it. Then the public documents, once government submits, it becomes a public document. So it shouldn't be easy to get. But once it's not submitted like now, we can't really start developing the reports because it's not submitted. And if government makes it impossible to get the report once it's submitted, it's also not right, because even in the development of the government reports, CSOs are supposed to be part of the process, and it should be shared with us too. So I've already talked about why we need the NGO shadow reports. We all know that most governments often give a nice picture of what they've done, minimize problems, maximize accomplishments, and or to give the whole world a better view of what is actually going on. So once the shadow report is done, it's given to committee experts, that's the CEDAW committee, and they use that information to obtain specific information that can help them evaluate the government report. Because it's like it's like an interview. The government has done the reports. they come before the experts and they are saying, we've done this, we've done this, we've done this. There are street lights all over Accra or in every region, and every woman doesn't die at childbirth anymore because hospitals are all that. Then the shadow reports will say that, I'm just giving a hypothetical situation. Then the shadow report will say that, no, it's not like that. Even last week, in graphic page 336, it said that 3 women died giving birth. Then we show statistical service, the living standards survey, so we use all those data and information to put together the shadow reports so that government will be held accountable, because if government always shows a very good picture, then there's nothing else to do. They will come back and continue what they are doing. But once we show what is going on, then they hold them accountable. We also have to give the contextual information for them to understand the issues at hand. Remember, these experts or committee members are not Ghanaians. They are all over the place. So we also have to give them more information for them to understand the situation as it pertains here. And they also use it to understand pressing issues. I remember the last time we were there, the spousal bill was a major issue we put across, and it was actually in the concluding observations that government should ensure that it's passed. I think the spousal bill was not the issue, the cohabitation clause was the issue, and they stated that it should be included. Where is Bernice? Yeah. So we're there together. So in preparing the shadow reports, I'm so sorry, I can't even see, so I know that you can't see too. But in preparing the shadow reports, we have to build a coalition. That's the first thing we do. We build a coalition, we decide what areas we are going to focus on. Government will write a lot of things, but sometimes one has to be strategic. Do we want to take everything that has been stated, or we will just want to list a few or a number of priority areas for us to focus on and lobby on and get some concluding observations on? So what we often would do is to check the CEDAW law, check the provisions, look at the government's reports. After choosing, we also go back to the CEDAW provisions, check, read it, then decide that these are the priority areas we are going to look at. We also, as I said, we have to organize a coalition. Then after that, we prepare the lists and prepare to lobby at the pre-sessional workshop, which is not mandatory. The priority list I just talked about, we don't need to, one has to be strategic in these things. It's an advocacy and it's a strategic exercise. So sometimes you can take everything that the government said, anything we said, no, it's not like that. Anything we said, no, it's not like that. Then in the end, maybe the major things we wanted to come back for government to really be accountable to us or to enforce, we don't really get it. So it's really important that we do our priority list. What are the articles that we think are most important to address? Is it the discrimination article? Is there the economic, as has been said? Then we choose which one. After identifying the priorities, the provisions in CEDAW should be read together with the concluding observations posted on the CEDAW website. Then after that, the reason why we have to look at the concluding observations are these are recommendations by the committee. So we always go back and refer them in our shadow reports. How do we submit the shadow reports? It's through mail or hard copy. So most of the time, one cannot go to these sessions a day before. there's a lot of preparatory work to be done. And there's the need to send at least 40 copies to the Office of the Human Rights to the Human Rights Office in Geneva at least a week before the session. So one can let the embassy do it for them, but ideally one cannot go a day before and assume that everything has been done. Then the meeting with the CEDAW committee experts. Most of the time, once the program or the session starts, there are different countries that have to present. So before our country's presentation, we often see the committee members walking around. Actually, what we benefited from at the last reporting cycle was that an international NGO called Euro Pacific trained us for about 2 weeks, preparing us just to, because it's not, you are going to meet international people have all kinds of ideas, and they actually tell us how to lobby these persons. And they give us background of each committee member. They'll say that, oh, this one comes from a Muslim background, so these elements, if you try and lobby them, will not fly. This person is very strict on this one, so if you want to lobby, stay away from this one. This one likes this, so push DV issues her way. So we had an idea of how to lobby these people. So when we see them, we talk to them, arrange a meeting, but we always had our notes, documents listing the major priorities we want them to address. So what we are saying that in the next one, this should also be done. We shouldn't take it for granted that just because we've talked to them, they will remember. Remember, they always take a number of countries together. So during the session, we had the opportunity to do an oral presentation. It was short. So once again, even within the shadow reports, we had to now reduce the information in the shadow reports in just 1 page or 2 pages, about 5 to 10 minutes, do an oral presentation highlighting the issues that matter to us most. And most of the time, before we finish the process, we decide as a network or a coalition, these are the priority areas we want addressed there. So it's not like WOLDAF on its own will just go and say what they like. It's an NGO shadow report, so the consensus should be there. Of course, where there are questions to be answered, we will have to answer that, all those questions. Then attend the official presentation where the minister has to answer questions. After the session, it doesn't end there. We now have to come back and report to our NGO coalition or network, because they sent us there and we have to come back and report. Show them what was achieved, get official session reports, disseminate concluding observations, and use the concluding observations for further advocacy. In the past, we said that we would do mid-year or mid-session reports so that we would hold government accountable on some of the things they promised to do at the last report, but I'm not sure we've been successful in doing that. And mind you, it's been quite a while. The last session was in 2014, and it's like 8 years. So we have to be mindful of these intermediate reports. And that should end our presentation. Yeah.
Thank you very, very much, Ifo. I'll look for some photos of us presenting the CEDAW and meeting the committee members when we went to Geneva. But it's quite an it's a tense moment. It's not that much fun because you have to catch somebody in the corridor 2 minutes, 3 minutes and push something to that person to ask your government when they meet with government. So thank you very much, Ifwa. We'll take 2 questions. Any questions, comments for clarity? Or it's all clear? It's clear. We want to go home. All right. So my task is done for today. Tomorrow we'll focus on, please come and listen to the continuation of our educational session with Madame Hilary Bedema. So we'll understand the details, and her experience with CEDAW is really, really, really great. So we'll benefit a lot from her presentation. Then we'll look at the draft thematic report for the shadow report that we ourselves have developed and try to prioritize the areas which we should concentrate on for the shadow report and also for the lobbying as Ifwa has outlined for us. So Melody, I look forward to seeing us all tomorrow, and maybe we'll do another chicken dance tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Bernice, for a fantastic moderation. All too soon, we've come to the end of day 1. You'll all agree with me that it's been quite intense. We started off slowly, but we picked up steam along the way, and then we've done it. Again, you'll agree with me that we have gained many insights through the sessions. Hilary started by unpacking some of the fundamental concepts under the CEDAW itself, including a very critical issue of how discrimination manifests, either as direct or indirect treatment or discrimination in law or de facto. We got all of that. Then the highlights of the state's report, as was presented to us by Madame Sabia, triggered a lot of some healthy discourse on a number of critical issues such as adolescent pregnancy versus some of the social protection mechanisms that are available to support particularly their re-entry into schools, issues around the luxury tax on menstrual pads, vis-a-vis standardization of the reusable sanitary pads. Again, issues around access to justice, particularly for convicts that are pregnant, and many other issues we looked at in the morning. As well, the highlights of the WILDAF led Maputo Protocol Alternative Report, as well as the presentation around we as CSO's engagement on the Land Act, or the gender and spousal provisions in the Land Act, again has generated many contributions, particularly around issues on sexual harassment and property rights, and many others. Lastly, IFWA was able to give us some insight into what the shadow reporting process is really like, and some of the actions that we need to take, to make that happen. So we want to say that we are very grateful to you all for your commitment and enthusiasm that you have shown so far. We are only halfway through the 2 days, and through the 2 days journey. I'd like to entreat you to participate fully and in tomorrow's session as we take a look at the critical issues that we should prioritize and highlight in our shadow report, and also take a look at the synthesized reports of the thematic working groups and agree on our post-consultation next steps. So on this note, thank you all very much and have a restful evening as you go back to your various homes. Thank you very much. And I'd like to say a very big thank you to Bernice too for her wonderful moderation. Thank you all.
We began with prayers, so can we say a short prayer before we go? Hello, can we say a short prayer before we go? Okay, so I'll pray. Father, we want to thank you very much for a day like this. We are grateful for the opportunity to learn and to share with each other information that will help our country, Ghana, to grow. As we journey home, we pray that you give us safe travels. And when we come back tomorrow, Father, we pray that you bring us all together to continue to share in your glory and to give you praise for the things that we'll do tomorrow. We ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen.